As the blue snowflakes drifted down, they constantly corroded everyone's defensive barrier. The entire space rippled with an extremely dangerous feeling, becoming extremely unstable. Guang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, he risked his life to burn his dragon essence. He wanted to take everyone down with him. If we don't join forces to kill him, we'll all be buried with him. What? Bo Yuqing was shocked. He can self-destruct at any time now. If he can't control it well when they join forces, I'm afraid not many people can withstand the impact. Everyone's face turned pale and they were trembling in fear. A peak 9-star expert, the king of the East Sea, actually chose to self-destruct. Putting aside the fact that this absurd fact was unbelievable, just the scene in front of them, who could withstand the impact? Bo Yuqing turned his eyes to Yunxiao. Yunxiao understood what he meant. He shook his head and said, being forced to this point, plus the fact that he had devoured the shaking dragon hammer, his current strength has directly exceeded the peak of the 9th tier. Even a transcendent grade profound armament would not be able to withstand that kind of self-destruction. Then what do we do? Bo Yuqing was also dumbfounded. Are we just going to wait for death? Everyone was at their wits' end, completely at a loss. Bai Yuishan's face turned green. Qingxi, hide behind me when Guangxian self-detonates. I'll protect you even if I have to die. Elder Yu. Qingxi's face flashed with surprise, and she had a look of disbelief. It's not up to you to be willful, Bue shyly shouted. The other female disciple also pulled her back and stood in front of her with a determined look. Isn't the kid driving Noah's ship in your sacred artifact? Bo Yuqing said sternly. Quickly get him out. Yunxiao stretched out his hand, and a snowflake fell into his palm, slowly corroding his emperor aura. Staring at the snowflake, he said thoughtfully, maybe it won't be that troublesome. He raised his hand, and a white bowl was raised high. A large number of runes immediately appeared on the bowl, and a halo was emitted from the mouth of the bowl. The snowflakes that filled the sky swirled and turned into tornadoes that gushed into the bowl. Under everyone's gaze, the snowflakes were absorbed into the white rice and turned into tiny crystal dust, which stuck tightly to the bowl of white rice. More and more of them formed a thick layer. Ah! Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Bo Yuqing and Guang Yuan's mouths were wide open. This bowl was bought from them, but they didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect. Guang Yuan's entire body trembled. The crystal dust that was attached to the walls of the white rice bowl was extremely similar to a dragon crystal, except that it was in the form of powder and sand. What profound artifact is this? Bue was shocked. It could actually absorb the dragon essence directly? Turn into dragon crystals. Yunxiao smiled and said, this dragon essence is an extremely precious energy between heaven and earth. I'm just trying it out. I hope this white rice can withstand it. Otherwise, if it explodes, who can I cry to? The huge crisis was resolved so easily, and everyone was stunned. Bo Yuqing's expression was even more dazed. This thing had been in his hands for a long time, but he never knew it had such an effect. His expression was one of extreme regret. Qingxi's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Elder Yu, this thing is too interesting. Let's think of a way to get it. When everyone saw her speak so bluntly, they were all speechless. The warriors of Donghai Palace were the most embarrassed ones. They stood on the sea, not knowing what to do. Little brother, is this bowl the famous profound weapon bowl of white rice? Bue smiled shyly. No, Yunxiao said with a dark face. I won't trade it no matter what price you offer. Hee hee. Don't be so decisive. Bue smiled shyly. My Thousand Leaves Island is a poor place with nothing to exchange. However, the Fuyao Holy Palace has no lack of beautiful women. Why don't you follow me back to the island and see if there are any suitable ones? I think it's quite suitable to shut Granny by, Yunxiao said. Why don't you come with me and let your disciple bring this white rice back to Fuyao Holy Palace? Eft. Xianxia and the other maidservant burst out laughing, holding their waists and grinning from ear to ear. You're so talkative. Bai Yu's face turned red and she gritted her teeth. Woof! You're not serious. The atmosphere that had been unusually tense suddenly became relaxed. This sudden change made everyone a little uncomfortable. Guangxian seemed to have noticed the situation as well. His furious dragon eyes stared at the white rice and roared repeatedly. The rice bowl trembled continuously under the dragon's roar, and the halo trembled along with it. On Guangxian's green dragon-shaped body, there was a huge red spot. It was the dragon shaking hammer, as if it was burning. Not good. Yunxiao cried out in surprise. After all, this bowl is only an auxiliary mystic artifact. I'm afraid it can't withstand many attacks. Moreover, I think this Guangxian still has some tricks up his sleeve. Let's break through the sea region as soon as possible. All right. Guang Yuan's eyes exploded with a fierce light, and he swept his gaze over the crowd in the distance. In a cold voice, he said, "Whoever has contributed at this moment, let's not talk about their past." Many of the experts felt their hearts tremble. Looking at the scene in front of them, Guangxian's situation was indeed hopeless. Quite a few people were worried that they would be punished by Guang Yuan in the future. At this moment, they were all overjoyed, and one by one, they stepped forward to swear their allegiance. In the sky, Hiroshi seemed to be even more enraged. The red spot on his body became more and more vivid, and his entire body turned green and red. Bo Yuqing made a hand seal. An array of light spread out in the seal, scattering in all directions. Then he pointed at the sky, and a green light condensed not far away, emitting a bright light. This point is the weakest point in the space. Everyone, focus your power on attacking this point. Everyone's morale was high, and they began to circulate their origin power. With all of their powers combined, they could fight against any superforce. Even if they were the strongest, they would be blown up in an instant. Boom! All of a sudden, a tremor came from the sea. Everyone was shocked, and question marks appeared in their hearts. The vibration came from outside the formation. Someone was forcefully attacking the formation. Boom, boom, boom! After a few more sounds, the clouds in the sky dispersed, as if many obstacles had been shattered. The shadow of a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the area like the night sky. A few huge monsters stood outside the formation, their bodies reaching into the clouds. Yunxiao was taken aback and dumbfounded. At first glance, he knew that the few huge monsters were Tutu and her children summoned by Water Fairy. It's the world-breaking black light of the deep-sea giant beast. Bo Yuqing was overjoyed, and it's an attack from the outside. This is great. The chance of breaking through the blockade is even greater. The light of the seal in his hand also trembled slightly. The halo that spread out like ripples, showing that the space was extremely unstable. Let's do it in one go. Guang Yuan shouted. A golden light flashed in his hand, and the lotus seat flew out. Suddenly, a sorrowful cry was heard, followed by the sharp scream of the water deity, which cut through the sky. Yunxiao's body trembled, and the scream made his heart tremble violently as he looked up at the sky in horror. The rest of the people were also stunned, revealing shocked expressions. Then, she heard Ling Xian's angry voice. "Who are you?" Inside the formation, everyone could only vaguely see the towering deep-sea giant beast. One of them was actually cut in half like a mountain being cut in half, and its upper body fell backward. Everyone's eyes widened in fear. The sky was split open as one of the deep-sea giant beasts was cut in half. Dowdu, Dowdu! Through the cracks, the water deity's face was covered in tears as she pounced towards the deep-sea monster that had been cut in half. The rest of the giant beasts also let out loud wails and trembled. One after another, they looked up to the sky and howled, each more mournful than the last. The body of the deep-sea monster was pitch black, and after Dowdu's body exploded, it started to slowly turn into two black holes. Ling Xian looked at a man holding a sword in front of her with a look of horror. The man's face was indifferent, and the aura that he exuded made people shudder. Even she, who was an intermediate 9-star, did not dare to stop him. She quickly flew down and hugged the water deity, afraid that she would do something impulsive. "Release me. Let me go, Daodu. Daodu is dead. Woo-woo. The water deity started to cry in grief. Why did you kill Daodu? Xiao's pupils constricted, and a chill ran up his spine. The man's face was revealed before his eyes, and it was the dragon's head. They caught up so quickly? Xiao's heart kept sinking. He had only let one of the dragon guards go because he wanted to use the dragon head's power to deal with Guangxian. Now that the overall situation was under control, it had become a variable that would destroy the overall situation. The dragon head's eyes narrowed as it glanced at Ling Xian and said, "Oh, so it's the Bo family bloodline. I'm sorry, I was too rash. Reckless? Do you think you can just call me reckless? You killed Daodu, so I want you to pay with your life." The water deity struggled with all her might, and golden light flashed on her body. She wanted to break free, but she was tightly held by the spirit core. Lululululu. The other deep-sea giant beasts cried out in grief and indignation. They spat out black rays one after another and attacked the dragon's head. The dragon head had an indifferent expression on its face. It raised the sword in its hand, and a sword radiance condensed in front of its body before it slashed out. A white sword radiance that seemed to have derived a world instantly blocked the black radiance. Look after these things, or don't blame me for cutting them all down. An indifferent voice came out of his mouth, causing Ling Xian's body to tremble. She hurriedly chanted an incantation and tried her best to stabilize the deep-sea giant beasts. Only then did the dragon head retract its sword aura. It grabbed at the air and tore open the gap. Bang! 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 A huge vibration came from the space, and the formation was completely destroyed by this pull. Everyone was dumbfounded. Guang Yuan also paled in shock, and said in shock, "This power, this power, this power, this power, this power." Bo Yuqing's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, "Above the peak of the 9-star, before the end of martial arts, extraordinary and divine." As soon as these 4 words came out, many experts' faces were filled with shock, but most of them were confused. Ling Xian's face was also filled with shock, as she looked at the dragon head in shock and fear. He held onto water deity's hand even more tightly, afraid that she would rush out and provoke this man. Even the arrogant Mu brothers' expressions changed. Mu Yijuan said in shock, "Who is this person?" Yunxiao's face was also pale, but he was relatively calm as he said, "It's not divine transcendence. It's just that the sword in his hand is too powerful, and he can display divine transcendence power." Elder Yu, what is divine transcendence? Xianxia could not help but ask. Bai Yuishan's expression was also extremely solemn. She glanced at her and gently shook her head, indicating that she should not speak. The first thing the dragon head saw was the demonic Hiroshi, and it was overjoyed. He drew a few seals in the air with his left hand and slapped down. After the incantation seal fell, it condensed and did not dissipate. It was like a millstone pressing down on Guangxian. A series of unwilling roars came out from the seal. The red spot on Guangxian's body became more and more vivid, and it continued to bulge as his body was pulled out of shape. You don't understand the power of the dragon-shaking hammer at all. You'll only sink yourself into eternal damnation if you act rashly like this. The palm of the dragon head pressed down, and the light of the seal became even hotter. Bang! A huge hole burst open in Guangxian's body and a golden dragon flew out from it. It was held in the dragon's hand and struggled continuously. In the blink of an eye, the golden dragon slowly surrendered and transformed back into the dragon-shaking hammer before disappearing. Guangxian slowly returned to his human form. His body was covered in blood and he was in an extremely sorry state. "I didn't expect you to be so obsessed with what happened back then that you even thought of stealing the dragon-shaking hammer." The dragon head looked at him indifferently and said. Guangxian stared at him with a stern look in his eyes. He panted, "The dragon guards and the East Sea Dragon race are connected by blood, so they naturally have to face difficulties together. It's understandable for me to use this to kill Guang Yuan, but I didn't expect that Guang Yuan also had a secret technique that caught me off guard, which led to the current tragic situation." The dragon-shaking hammer is of great significance. It's not an ordinary profound-level weapon. As for the matter between you two brothers, since I've left the Rainland today, I'll make an appearance here and put an end to this matter. You two can make peace. What a joke! Guang Yuan suddenly shouted. I have victory in my hands right now. Why should I make peace? You're the head of the Dragon Guards, so you should do your part. The struggle of the Dragon Clan isn't something you should interfere with. Guangxian also said coldly. This rebel and I are already at a point where we can't rest until one of us is dead. Lord Dragon Head, do you still remember what you said back then? Please help me kill this thief. Guang Yuan's body trembled, and he immediately became alert. He did not know what past these two had, but the Dragon Head's strength made him feel extremely apprehensive. As a Dragon Guard, I shouldn't get involved in your affairs, the Dragon Head said. However, Guangxian, you are currently seriously injured and your life is at stake. Follow me back to the rain to recuperate. The long sword in his hand shook and a cold light flashed. A huge suction force appeared and tried to suck Guangxian in. Back to the rain? Guangxian was shocked. Don't the East Sea Dragon race only pray to enter once in their lives? Yes, the Dragon Head replied. So this time you'll follow me inside and cultivate in peace. Don't come out again. What? You want to imprison me forever? Stop! Guangxian shouted in shock and anger. I don't want to go back to the rain with you. I want to kill this traitor. He forcefully raised the dragon essence in his body to break free from the long sword's restraint. Guang Yuan was also greatly shocked, and a cold air flashed across his face. He gathered his strength in his hands, and it turned into a slash that struck out. I will definitely not allow Guangxian to leave alive. The dragon's head frowned. With a slight shake of the sword, it shook off Guangxian, who was trapped inside. Then he raised his sword and turned it into a ray of sword light, blocking in front of him. Bang! Guang Yuan's one move was destroyed by that sword ray, and it turned into boundless power that dispersed. The dragon head's brows rose in anger as it coldly said, I will take Guangxian away, and you will be the lord of the Eastern Sea. This is the best ending. Although the other party's strength was astonishing, Guang Yuan still faced the pressure head-on, and said in a cold voice, I'm definitely going to be the lord of the Eastern Sea, and I'm also going to kill Guangxian. You two are blood brothers. Why must you fight to the death? The dragon head frowned. Haha, you great saint, peacemaker. When I was dying, why didn't you fucking come out and be a saint? A peacemaker. Guang Yuan laughed angrily. The heavens didn't let me die. They chose him to die. This is heaven's will. If you don't let me kill him, you're going against heaven's will. That's all in the past. The dragon head sighed. You've defeated him today. It's already an explanation from the heavens. Guang Yuan sneered. After I kill him, it'll soon be a thing of the past. If you don't want to stand against me, then get out of my way. His entire figure flashed and he charged towards Guangxian. Guangxian took a step back in shock and shouted, Lord Dragonhead, please kill this thief. As long as you kill him, I'm willing to follow you back to the Rainland and never come out again. The Dragonhead raised the sword in his hand and said slowly, The two of you are the leaders of my dragon clan. How can I bear to let you two kill each other? The sword glowed and emitted a mighty force that rippled on the surface of the sea. A power that seemed to come from an endless time passed through time and space and descended from the sky above the ocean. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The entire ocean had turned into a world of swords, and everyone was bound by the rules of the sword. Guang Yuan's expression darkened as well. He formed a seal with both hands in front of him, a lotus flower in his palm. Magical light spread out to resist this sword power. The dragon head no longer paid him any attention. Instead, it turned its cold eyes to Xianxia and said in a cold voice, You have a saint artifact on you too, right? Do you want me to make a move, or do you want to let them out? I'll do it, Xianxia said with a smile. Let me do it. With a flash between his eyebrows, a ray of light shot out and the 5 dragon guards were released. As soon as the 5 men saw the dragon's head, they came forward to pay their respects and glared at Xianxia. I was forced by Guangxian to steal the dragon-shaking hammer, Xianxia said helplessly. I had no choice. Now you have seen it. The dragon head stared at him coldly, and its pupils gradually contracted. You're an outsider. You'll die once you enter the rain. The long sword suddenly glowed, and a beam of sword chi slashed down from the sky, like sunlight. Xianxia had been on guard all this time. Staring at the sword beam, his face was as calm as water. With a flip of his right hand, he shot out the ice sword to meet the attack. Bang! The two sword chi collided, and the strength was clearly distinguished. A huge force fell and hit the ice sword, pushing Xianxia hundreds of meters back. What? The dragon head made a surprised sound, obviously surprised that Xianxia had taken his sword. You do have some skills. It seems that you didn't steal the dragon-shaking hammer by luck. The dragon pointed its finger at the sword, and a ray of light shone again, getting brighter and brighter. But, in my world of swords, how much sword power can you block? Where's the person who was with you? Xianxia's face was extremely cold. This world of swords was the light of the world generated by the sword, and everyone's strength was greatly limited. However, it was precisely because the light of the world had suppressed everyone that the sword's power was greatly reduced. Humph. If he was still here, would you dare to be so arrogant? Humans just like to be talkative. Tell me where that person is, and I can let you die a quick death. Do you think you're the ruler of the world? A fierce gleam flickered in Xianxia's eyes as he summoned 3 heads and 6 arms, true demons and giant spirits, and all kinds of profound level weapons in his hands. The moon-like pupils in his eyes burst out with a strange power. Half of his face was twisted, and he was ready to fight to the death. However, just because he has a transcendent grade profound level weapon in his hands, he is so arrogant. Now, everyone has a transcendent grade profound level weapon. The divine realm tablet slowly rose in his palm, and his body was covered with all kinds of Maha-ancient characters, forming a world of its own. The light of the sword's world was spread out, and he felt the pressure reduced by several times. Who exactly are you? The dragon head's expression turned grave. Xianxia's current strength was nothing to him, but these divine abilities and special techniques, as well as the dazzling mystic artifacts, were by no means owned by ordinary people. The Mu brothers and Bai Yueshan were also shocked, their eyes popping out. It was only then that they realized how valuable Xianxia was. The Mu family and Thousand Leaves Island were considered big sects, but even if they gathered all the forces of their sects, they would only be able to do so. They were also very curious about Xianxia's identity. Guangxian's pupils contracted and he said in shock, Moon pupil? You're Gu Feiyang's successor. All the oceanic species experts sucked in a breath of cold air. That name that caused one to shiver appeared in their hearts, and they immediately felt their scalps tingle. Bo Yuqing had a strange look on his face. He was the only one who knew that Xianxia was Gu Feiyang. However, the current situation had nothing to do with him. It was better for him to avoid trouble. As long as it did not provoke him, he would wait and see. Bayushin was also shocked. She kept looking at Xianxia, as if she had something in mind. Oh? The human peak martial sovereign who killed countless powerhouses in the East Sea. The dragon head's face darkened, and killing intent burst out from its eyes. Although I don't want to get involved in the East Sea's matters, the shame of the sea race must still be washed away. He flicked his finger, and the light on the sword became even brighter. It also made a clanging sound which was getting more and more urgent. Xianxia's eyes flashed with madness and boundless killing intent. Since his rebirth, other than Tian Si, this was the second time he had faced such a terrifying expert, and he had already made up his mind to die. At this moment, his body became golden and dazzling, and there were flames burning on his skin. His fighting spirit became stronger and stronger, as if it was rising without end. The dragon head stared at him with a normal expression, but his heart was in turmoil. The aura of this expert, the determination and indifference in his eyes, were as high as the sky, and he did not dare to underestimate him. Why do I have this feeling? His heart was filled with shock and confusion. I'd like to recommend a girl's book, Mighty Gold. The title of Tyrant's Love, first young master, was a little long. He was the youngest major general and the most capable president, but he had waited for her for 10 years. Someone asked him, "When the sale is over, will it still be like 10 years ago? You must have her?" He replied, "Yes, this person is now my wife." Not only the dragon head, but all the experts present were shocked. Xianxiao's face was as calm as water, but it exuded a determination to die, making everyone feel a sense of danger. The sword light in the dragon head's hand was a little uncertain. He didn't know what would happen if he slashed out with his sword, but he had a strong feeling that even if he wanted to kill this person, he would have to pay a price. But Xianxiao had seen Shilong's true body, which was the biggest secret of the Rainland, and he had to be killed. No matter what your identity is, you will die today. The sword light flickered at his fingertips and suddenly shot out. A beam of sword chi whizzed down, as if it had gathered the power of the world. Xianxiao raised his eyes, which flickered with a cold gleam. Then he made a hand seal and a vortex appeared in front of him. The ice seal on the cold sword in his hand was released, and snow instantly filled the sky. Hundreds of miles were frozen, and the surroundings became crystal clear. The sword in his hand whistled, and countless sword rules gathered. His entire person seemed to have turned into a sword shadow, crossing the sea and the sky. Sword technique demon slaying. Die! Xianxiao cried out as he thrust the sword forward. At the same time, the black vortex in front of the giant true devil spirit in the sky also came crashing down like a dark cloud. The four arms behind him, the hammer, the thousand-year blade, the sunset cloud mirror, and the dynasty bell were all thrown out. Bang! 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 The other party's sword chi instantly destroyed the sword technique, and then pierced through the black demonic chi, shaking away the profound level weapons. The devil sky silk emerged in front of Xianxiao, with all kinds of strange black patterns on it, blocking the sword chi. Bang! Countless black patterns were shattered, and the demonic sky armor flew back. Xianxiao's blood and chi were tumbling as he raised his sword to block the attack. Bang! The remaining force of the sword chi shot onto the ice sword, sending him flying back in the sea. His body surged with an intense golden light to resist the pressure of the sword power. Cracks began to appear on his body, but they instantly recovered. This process repeated several times. Boom! Xianxiao suddenly thrust the sword down, shaking the sword power into the sea, and a shocking wave rushed into the sky. His internal organs were also injured, and he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Then he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the clouds. Behind him, he held the Divine Realm tablet with one hand and the sword case with the other. Silver light began to appear on them, and powerful sword chi gushed out from them. After a brief moment of shock, the dragon head's face immediately darkened. It said coldly, "Looks like I've underestimated you. The next strike will completely crush you into pieces." He had a vulture's expression on his face, and it was obvious that he was going to get serious. A vast power began to surge on his sword, and the sky began to tremble. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. Feeling that mighty force, a sense of weakness and insignificance rose in their hearts. Suddenly, a ray of golden light bloomed in the sky, and ancient Maha characters floated out from it to resist the sword power. Guang Yuan appeared in a flash. "You can't kill him. He's dead for sure." The dragon head's face darkened. "Although I don't know what grudges you have, this person is of great use to me. I won't allow it," Guang Yuan said bluntly. Xianxiao's dragon roar had given him a great shock. Besides, Xianxiao must know a lot of secrets about the Rainland, which was what he needed. "Guang Yuan, don't forget who you are." The dragon's head revealed its true appearance and coldly said, "You're the one who forgot your identity, aren't you?" Guang Yuan sneered. When did the dragon guards start interfering in the Eastern Sea's affairs? And when did he start going out to sea to kill people? "Lord Dragonhead, are you going to dominate the four seas?" The dragon head was furious. "In that case, I'll teach you a lesson. It seems that you weren't wronged when you were exiled back then. What do you mean? Guang Yuan's expression changed, and he asked in a low voice. The dragon head snorted coldly. The sword light in his hand turned, and the light of the world converged from the entire sea. Suddenly, the sword power increased greatly, turning into a long dragon shadow that shook the sky. Amitabha was immediately suppressed by the sword power and tried his best to resist. Guang Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he roared loudly, "Everyone, attack together with me. Otherwise, bear the consequences." He was the first to leap up and sit on the lotus platform with his legs crossed. He put his hands together and said with a benevolent expression, "Everything that has its dharma is like a dream or a bubble, like fog or lightning. It should be observed as such." The Maha-ancient characters that filled the sky circled around him, and the power of the light of dharma increased greatly, shaking off the sword power and pressing toward the center. Bai Yueshan's expression was gloomy and uncertain. She gritted her teeth and waved her right hand in the air, immediately forming a zither. Clang! She pulled her 5 strings together and jerked them out. Who can know that a string is broken? Seeing her attack, Mu Yitong also gritted his teeth and brandished his huge sword. That mountain-splitting heavenly god took a step forward, shaking the ocean. His 2 huge iron hands clenched into 2 fists, and 2 vortexes, one black and one white, appeared above his fists, pressing towards the sword power. The officials, evil spirit, and the rest of the people also attacked and shouted. The crocodile turned into a fiery tornado and charged forward. The rest of the East Ocean powerhouses looked on in a daze. They were in a bad mood and didn't know what to do. The dragon head's eyes focused. Seeing the evil spirit's appearance, it said coldly, "You actually dared to possess the dragon guards? Then killing you all will be more than enough." The sword in his hand changed its momentum, and countless lights burst out from it, turning into an unparalleled sword force that crossed the starry sky like a galaxy. The tribulation has no beginning. A destructive power burst out and rushed towards everyone. The expressions of Guang Quan and the other dragon guards changed greatly, and they hurriedly retreated. Guangxian, on the other hand, had a look of shock and joy on his face. He laughed and retreated several hundred meters. Although he had been trying to recover as quickly as possible, his injuries were still too severe. He had already tried his best to suppress the deterioration of his injuries. Only by returning to the rain could he be completely cured. At the same time, Yunxiao sent his divine energy into the divine realm tablet, which transformed into a towering monument more than 100 feet tall and pressed down on the terrifying sword force. At the same time, the Heaven Light sword box was opened, and the 24 northern heaven cold star swords flew out immediately, forming a sword formation in the sky. A huge sword talisman condensed and attacked together with the divine realm tablet. Boom! Several terrifying forces bombarded together. The boundless calamity sword scattered the joint efforts of the few people as if it was breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and then bombarded the lotus seat of Fa Hua. As the divine realm tablet and the heavenly sword illustration fell, the violent power was raised to another level. The terrifying aftermath spread in all directions, and the whole world collapsed completely at this moment. Everyone was lost in this impact. The world was no longer separated by the sea and sky. There was only a vast expanse of white chaos, as if the heavens and earth had not been separated. Every martial artist within it felt extremely small. They constantly circulated their emperor chi, forming layers of light curtains in front of them to ensure their safety. However, there were still many people who vomited blood from the shock. Some even fainted and fell into the sea. The power of the explosion seemed to last for a long time, and it was endless. Only after a while did rays of light appear in the white world. The sea and the sky gradually appeared. However, the sea beneath their feet had already sunk thousands of meters deep, and there were layers of black holes in the sky, which were deep beyond reach. Finally, someone managed to withstand the aftershock and spat out another mouthful of blood. Guang Yuan's face was also pale. The lotus seat had already turned into a golden imprint, appearing between his brows. He was completely unable to use it. The dragon's head was not in a good state either. His body seemed to have expanded to more than twice its original size, and the veins on his right hand, which was holding the sword, were protruding. Streams of energy ripples were flashing and jumping on his body like lightning. What? You're not dead yet. The dragon's head looked into the distance and cried out. The Calabash King Kong spread its arms and stood in front of Xianxia to protect him. It had been completely deformed by the impact, and its body had been completely deformed, almost turning into a piece of scrap iron. Xianxia patted it and put it away, revealing a pale face with blood at the corner of his mouth. However, that face still had a proud smile on it, revealing a look of contempt and ridicule. On the other side, the huge body of Kai Shantian stood on the sea in a daze and slowly fell backward. Although Mu Yitong was wearing a golden armor, blood was still flowing out from his mouth. His eyes were wide open as he watched the mountain-like puppet fall to the ground. Boom! The entire mountain fell thousands of meters into the sky and into the endless sea below, causing a huge splash. Bang! 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 The 5 strings of the zither in front of Bai Yueshan were broken. Her face turned pale, and she spat a mouthful of blood on her Aegean. Her eyes were filled with shock. The dragon head's expression was as unsightly as it could be. It gritted its teeth and said, "You can block 1 or 2 of my sword strikes, but can you block 3 or 4 of my sword strikes? I can still use the sword power just now, but can you guys still withstand it?" He suddenly raised the sword, and the no-beginning catastrophe sword let out a loud sound. He raised the sword to the sky. The layers of black holes in the sky began to surge, turning into a spiral vortex that emitted a terrifying heavenly might. "I won't allow you to kill Li Yunxiao." A firm voice rang out. Although it was somewhat tender and pleasant, lacking in dominance, it contained an unquestionable determination and determination. "Water deity! Water deity!" Ling Xin shouted in surprise. She then realized that the water deity, who had been by her side, had gone forward without her knowing. She hurriedly flew over to pull her back. "Don't stop me, Aunt." A ray of golden light shot out from the water deity's forehead and turned into a light screen, blocking the spiritual core. Under the light screen, a phoenix-winged purple-gold crown appeared and was placed on her forehead. Then, a golden-green light gathered under her feet and turned into cloud-walking lotus silk shoes. Every step she took was as if she was stepping on stars. The water deity walked towards the dragon's head without looking back. Another golden light gathered in her hand and condensed into the Daqiao Bugong sword. The originally plain and unremarkable sword body now had many beautiful patterns. The 3 profound level weapons left behind by the sea god had all been unsealed. They shone on the water fairy's body and formed a patch of auspicious light. This is Ingluo." The dragon head was shocked by the scene in front of him. Although the brilliance of the 3 profound level weapons was not in his eyes, but the auspicious light was as bright as the sun and moon, giving people a kind of sacred and inviolable majesty. "You killed Daodu, and now you want to kill Li Yunxiao. I'm going to kill you." The water deity's eyes flashed with cold killing intent, and her pupils turned golden. Yunxiao's heart trembled as well. His eyes widened as he murmured, "Water Fairy Pixiu, you want to kill me? But you're too weak." The dragon head looked at the water deity who was slashing at him with his sword. Countless golden characters surged out of the sword, but he simply flicked his finger and an invisible force pressed over. Bang! The water deity was sent flying back, and the golden light on the sword dissipated. These 3 profound level weapons are not bad, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Being too weak is all original sins. With a look of pity on its face, the dragon head ignored her and turned to Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face was calm, and the light in his eyes was gone. He seemed to have never been so calm before as he put his hands together and formed an incantation gesture in front of him. "You give me a feeling that you're hard to see through. I'm going to cut you open now and see what's inside your body," the dragon head said in a deep voice. Yunxiao remained unmoved. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in his calm eyes, and he looked shocked. The dragon head's expression also changed as it turned around. The water deity was shrouded in a layer of golden light. Her broadsword had been unsealed and turned into a 3-foot-long sword blade. It was placed horizontally in front of her. Ancient Maha characters kept surging out from her suit, triggering the heavenly might. The sea below turned into a violent whirlpool, and the sea level kept rising. Ling Xian's entire body trembled. She revealed a look of shock, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Under the golden light, a figure could be seen behind the water deity. The figure was solemn, and it was barely visible. Water deity's voice rang out slowly under the golden light. It was gentle and a little blurry. Life, old age, illness, death, meeting of resentment, parting from love, unable to get what you want, gathering of the 5 elements. With each voice, a golden word chain emerged from her body and wrapped around her before finally entering the sword. Indistinctly, an ancient voice could be heard. It was heard at the same time as water deity's gentle and melodious voice. The 6 senses are in sorrow, and the 8 sufferings are lost. Without the great sage, who can save the wisdom bridge? He thrust out his sword, and a dazzling light spread out from the sword. It was like the sun and the moon, and the sword intent it emitted was like a ripple in the air. It was as if a pure land of bliss was spreading over the sea and sky, guiding all living beings across the other shore. The dragon head sucked in a breath of cold air. The power that was coming at him made his heart palpitate, and he hurriedly raised his sword. Suddenly, a few cold lights flashed. The 24 northern heaven cold star swords turned into a sword diagram and fell from the sky. Humph! You're overestimating yourself. The dragon head snorted contemptuously. The sword in its hand trembled slightly, and a vast sword force blasted out, directly shattering the sword pattern. The boundless calamitous lightning in his hand turned and a vast radiance spread out. Just as he was about to receive the 8 distresses sword, the entire sky suddenly darkened. What? Startled, the dragon head felt an indescribable feeling surge up behind it. It hurriedly looked back and saw Xianxia still in the same posture as before, but half of his face was covered in red veins, and his eyes had turned ferocious. Behind him, a bright red moon slowly rose into the sky. It was covered in blood streaks, and it suddenly opened. A ray of light looked down, as if it could see through layers of space and time, and experience all the changes in the world. Peeking at the shade outside the bamboo, the water outside the tree, and the clouds outside the peak. Could it be that I did it intentionally or unintentionally? A faint cloud floated under the bright moon's blood eye. Everything it saw turned into green smoke and slowly disappeared from this world. The vast sword force in the dragon head's hand was also greatly affected by that glance. White smoke constantly rose from the periphery of the world light, which was a sign of dissipating. Woof! You should die! The dragon head gritted its teeth and shouted angrily. It didn't expect that a mere ant could move it. There was no time to think anymore. The 8 distresses sword style seemed to have comprehended the 4 elements of karma and wanted to cross him to the other side. He stabbed out with the boundless calamity sword in his hand and slashed towards that side of nirvana. The moment the sword momentum was thrust out, a dazzling colored glazed light fell from the sky like a magnificent giant door. The divine realm tablet turned into an immortal monument and pressed down on the sword. Golden characters flashed on the tablet, as if they were telling an ancient secret and transmitting some kind of message. Boom! The immortal monument shook directly into the world of swords, crushing the sword light. The 2 forces continued to break apart. What is this monument? The dragon head was shocked. The immortal monument gave him a feeling that made his heart tremble. Although the power seemed to be restrained, just the breath of the weapon essence made him feel like he was in an abyss. The words that appeared on the steel continued to flash, as if they were narrating the endless years. The dragon head's eyes suddenly widened, as if it understood the meaning behind it. It revealed a look of horror and said in horror, "T this by in." He had just read out a portion of the information when the 8 distresses sword came down from the sky. The world of nirvana pressed down and rushed into the world of swords. Boom! The boundless power of the world was constantly being shattered, spreading in all directions and shaking the endless space-time. The entire world once again fell into a vast expanse. An extremely oppressive feeling assaulted everyone's body. It was as if the world had yet to be opened, and chaos was like a chicken egg, making everyone feel as if they were in a daze. Boom! Xianxia could only feel a constant rumble in his body and mind. Under the aftermath of the world's power, his body and will were constantly destroyed. The huge lunar eye behind him suddenly closed its eyes and slowly disappeared into the sky. The power of the aftermath did not weaken. The dragon head was at the center of the shock, and the chi and blood in his body were tumbling. He forced the blood in his throat down a few times, and at the same time boundless anger surged. The dragon chi on his body was boiling, spreading out a vast white world. He took a step forward and used spatial bending. An extremely strong killing intent suddenly appeared. The no-beginning catastrophe sword danced like a sword flower and stabbed towards the space between Water Fairy's eyebrows. After the water deity performed the sword move, she became dazed and half-closed her eyes, as if she had lost consciousness. The moment the endless catastrophe sword stabbed down, a flash appeared between her eyebrows. A golden light jumped out like a flame and kept getting bigger. Her sad eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flickered as she shouted, "Guangfa, you want to kill my daughter?" The voice belonged to a man. The dragon head's body trembled, and the sword in his hand trembled. The water deity's pupils shrank. She struck out with her left palm and gently shook off the sword force. She leaped and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, she appeared more than 10 meters away. Her entire aura changed, and her cold eyes looked down, exuding endless pressure. In the white haze between the sea and the sky, the faces of Guang Yuan, Ling Xian, and the others changed drastically, especially Guangxian Yunxiao, and the others who had encountered such a situation in the East Sea. They all knew that the Sea Emperor had descended. Yunxiao's face was extremely pale as he spat out a large mouthful of blood and snorted. A god descending upon his own daughter. Xianxia. What a perverted Xianxia. Ling Xian was also shocked and muttered, "Imperial Big Brother, please." The dragon head's expression turned cold as it said, "Balin." As soon as these two words came out, everyone's body trembled, each and every one of them overwhelmed with shock. He was the sovereign of the 4 seas, the sovereign of the world, the supreme leader of billions of sea tribes, the current emperor of the sea, Poron. While Ling Xian and the rest were in shock, they also found out that the dragon head's name was Guangfa. Even Guang Quan and the other dragon guards had strange expressions on their faces. Even they had never known the dragon head's real name. Guangfa Swan and I, Guang Yuan mumbled this name to himself. His eyes filled with extreme shock, and his body could not help but tremble. Guangxian had the same reaction as him. His 2 dragon eyes were wide open, full of horror and disbelief. The Lord Dragon Head of Guangfa Xuanji is actually Xuanxiu. It's actually Xuanxiu. How can this be? You clearly know that Water Fairy is my daughter, yet you still want to kill her. Guangfa's eyes were cold and stern as he snorted. She's a busybody and has already prepared to die. I don't mind helping her. But since you've come out, I can't not give you face. Your daughter can leave safely now. The white mist on the surface of the sea gradually dispersed. All the sea race's experts had a dull expression on their faces. Someone actually dared to speak to the Sea Emperor in this manner. Even if this person was the dragon's head, it was still a capital crime for offending one's superior. Surprisingly, Poron did not get angry. Instead, he looked at the people in the distance, and his pupils contracted. He slowly said, "You can't kill Li Yunxiao either." Guangfa's body trembled, and he suddenly remembered the ancient Maha character on the Divine Realm tablet. Although he could not understand it completely, he could understand most of what he had seen. His expression turned extremely ugly. "Sure, but I'm going to bring him back to the Rain Land." No, Palong's expression changed. "You're just a mere god's descent. Could it be that you want to stop me?" Guangfa's face flashed with a cold expression. The words of the 2 men shocked everyone in the surroundings. Although this man was the leader of the Dragon Guards, how could he speak to the Sea Emperor like this? Xianxia grabbed a handful of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and threw them into his mouth, swallowing them all. Although he did not understand why the Sea Emperor had helped him, perhaps it was the will of the water fairy that had affected him. The more strength he recovered, the higher his chances of winning. What if I add this? He clapped his hands in the air, and a golden light rippled out from the palm of his hand. The entire space seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Guang Yuan's entire body trembled, as if he was being sucked in by a tremendous force, and his face was being squeezed until it was deformed. His heart was filled with horror, and rays of magic light bloomed from the space between his eyebrows. Amitabha was slowly manifesting, and it was actually being forcibly extracted from his body. Arg! No, don't! This is mine. It's my lotus throne. Guang Yuan's entire body trembled violently, and he kept struggling and roaring in the air. Amitabha finally broke out of his body and flew towards Palong's hand. Damn it! Guang Yuan had completely gone mad. He did not care whether he was the Sea Emperor or not, and turned into a ray of light as he charged forward. You deserve to die for snatching my... So I've heard. He formed a seal with his palms, and a stream of chaotic origin energy gathered in his palms. He then slapped it directly at Palong. Everyone's heart twitched. Guangfa was stunned. He wanted to stop them, but he still stopped and stared at them with a heavy expression. The lotus seat flew directly into Palong's hand. Seeing Guang Yuan's attack, he snorted lightly, and with a flip of his hand, the lotus seat was directly pushed out from his palm. Everything is different, monastic robe. Amitabha suddenly enlarged, and the light of magic bloomed, much brighter than when it was in Guang Yuan's hands. All sentences are not sentences. The lotus platform slowly opened, and lotus shadows began to appear on each petal. They were connected and interlocked, making it colorful and gorgeous. All the sages are like lightning. Guang Yuan was suddenly startled, his pupils suddenly widening. That Amitabha had long been refined by him into a mind connection, but he had never known that there would be such a change in front of him. As the lotus bloomed, it was as if a world had begun to appear. It seemed to be just the beginning of a world. An empty body is a dharmakaya. Palong raised his hand, formed a seal in the air, and slapped down. Guang Yuan's face turned ashen. The sound of Sanskrit chanting rang out from the lotus platform, transforming into the 8 groups of celestial dragons. A Dharma world, the Nirvana land, came crushing towards him. Bang! When his mixed essence power hit the lotus platform, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a tree. It instantly fell apart. Eft! Guang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and was directly sent flying. He had already been forcefully stripped of Amitabha and his mind was injured. In addition, he had lost his supreme-grade profound-level weapon. The mental blow was huge. After being blown away by this move, his entire person was completely dispirited. After the attack, he pointed in the air and Amitabha turned into a ray of golden light and flew back to the water fairy. How is it now? He chuckled at Guangfa. This Li Yunxiao is definitely not an ordinary person. Guangfa's face darkened. You should be careful, Your Majesty. He had obviously given in. He flicked his sleeves in the air, turned around and said, Let's go. We'll bring Guangxian, Guangyuan. Guang Quan and the rest were shocked and hurriedly followed. Guang Xian and Guang Yuan's expressions both changed. Both of them were also heavily injured, and their eyes revealed extreme dissatisfaction and unwillingness. However, when they thought of the identity of the dragon head, they could only remain silent, allowing the dragon guards to take them and disappear into the sea. Imperial Big Brother, please. As soon as Ling Xian saw the East Sea dragon race leave, she hurriedly welcomed them with joy. Although the other party still looked like a water fairy, she could not suppress the joy and respect in her heart. Yes. Polong smiled and said, Pass on my decree. Stop hunting Li Yunxiao. Yes, Ling Xian said. Suddenly, her expression changed as she said in a hurry, My royal brother, Water deity and Li Yunxiao are in a bad mood. No, Polong interrupted with a smile. The heavens are always moving. They do not exist for glory, nor do they die for rebellion. Ling Xian was puzzled. Royal brother? You mean Zhenjin? I'm fine. Polong smiled faintly, and the light between his brows began to spin. His calm expression slowly disappeared, and his expression turned into one of shock and confusion. Gugu Ing Ing. The water deity opened her eyes and called out to the spirit core when she saw it. Then, she quickly turned around and saw that it was quiet all around. Everyone was standing quietly in the air, not saying a word. When she saw Yunxiao, she said anxiously, Li Yunxiao, are you all right? Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a complicated look as he shook his head. Who? The water deity heaved a sigh of relief. She looked around and said in shock, what about Daodu's murderer? Where did he go? No one paid attention to her. Ling Xian directly said to the people of the East Sea, you all heard what Master Poseidon said just now, you can all go back. Only then did the members of the Eastern Sea race recover from their shock. Having lost their leader all of a sudden, Ling Xian naturally became their leader. On the contrary, the Mu brothers and Bai Yueshan were completely stunned. Guang Xian and Guang Yuan had been taken away, leaving the throne of the Eastern Sea Lord empty. This time they had no results. He couldn't possibly run into the rain to ask for her, right? Guangfa's strength was already extraordinary and divine. Even if the two sects sent out all their forces, they would definitely return empty-handed. He could only wait for the result of the throne. Water deity, come back with me, Ling Xian said. Water deity was taken aback. She glanced at Yunxiao in the distance, then shook her head and said, I have an agreement with him. Once he is done with his business, he will return to the sea forest with me. Ling Xian also looked at Yunxiao, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Before Polong left, although he did not express his opinion on the matter of the water fairy, he did not raise any objections either, as if he wanted everything to go with the flow. Yunxiao teleported over and looked at the water deity as he said, Thank you. The water deity's face turned red, and she stammered, I didn't help much. I only saved you for myself. Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said, Can you tell me why you need a 10th grade divine fire? The water deity wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at Ling Xian with a troubled expression. Ling Xian's expression also became serious. She pulled out a light curtain and covered the three of them. She said, This matter is of great importance. If you know about it, then you must come with us to the sea forest. Yunxiao frowned and hesitated for a moment, then immediately answered, All right, he said. If not for Water Fairy and Polong's help, he would not have been able to escape. The Ocean Emperor Palace had saved his life, and he would have to repay them even if he had to go through a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Only then did the water deity reveal a sad expression and said sadly, My mother's life is in danger. I need the strongest flame in the world to ignite her flame of life. Yunxiao's heart trembled. Looking at Water Fairy's miserable face, he could not bear it and said, You need divine fire to extend your life? This is the first time I've heard of such a chronic disease. My mother isn't suffering from a chronic illness, but her life force has been depleted and her lifespan is at its end. Water deity replied. There's a limit to human lives, Yunxiao said in surprise. This is fate. How can you extend your life? The water deity said anxiously, My mother's lifespan did not end normally. She was a fortune teller before. A divination a few years ago directly drained her lifespan. That's why she's on the verge of death. Sob, sob, sob towards the end. The water deity couldn't hold back her grief and started crying. After that, my royal brother went to the Sea of Soul Formation in person and invited the #1 alchemist in the world, Lu Congzi, to place the 7-star lamp to extend my sister-in-law's life. Ling Xian sighed. Yunxiao's face flickered. 7-star lights. He cried. 7-star lights. It was no wonder that this formation was arranged according to the stars in the sky. There were 7 big lamps, 49 small lamps on the outside, and 1 natal lamp on the inside. The lamp of the life palace needed to be lit with fire essence, and it was rumored that it could change one's fate. The Sea Queen's Madame's divination skills are heaven-defying, to actually make the entire forest of the sea unable to use any fire. After crying for a while, the water deity said, Lord Lu Tsongzi has 3 kinds of heavenly flames, all of which are extremely strong in the world, but he still can't light the life palace lamp. He said that perhaps only the strongest fire in the world can light up the lamp of life palace and extend my mother's life. Xianxia looked suspicious as he said, If that's the case, then how did the Sea Empress wife survive after so many years? Ling Xian's body trembled, and her face was filled with sorrow. In order to activate the 7-star lamp, my royal brother used his Sun True Origin to replace the divine fire and forcefully activate it. In the past few years, my brother has never taken a step out of the Sea Emperor's palace. Xianxia's face flickered. Replace the divine fire with Sun Primordial Essence? He cried out in surprise. You're using Sun Primordial Essence to replace the divine fire? It's been so many years. Don't tell me that Poron is afraid? Ling Xian's expression was stern as she nodded and said, That's right. The sea forest will be at its weakest in the next few years, and this is also the top secret of the Sea Emperor's palace. I don't know how long my royal brother can last, but I'm sure that once he can't hold on any longer, it'll be Wufu. She couldn't finish her sentence, but everyone knew that once she couldn't hold on any longer, she would die. Xianxia was also shocked. No wonder the Ocean Emperor had chosen to cast God's descent on the Water Fairy. What on earth happened that the Water Fairy's mother had to perform such a heaven-defying spell and suffer the heavenly punishment? This is a secret of the Ocean Emperor's palace. Even the water deity and I don't know about it. Ling Xian's expression changed and she said in a low voice, Yes, Xianxia said. I have the Phoenix True Flame in my hand, and I can give it a try. However, even if the life palace lamp is lit, it can only hang on to that thread of life essence. Unless we can find the legendary heavenly fortune pill, we can't really change our fate and bring the dead back to life. The water deity was overjoyed. The heavenly fortune creation pill? Can it really save my mother? Where can I find this thing? Ling Xian immediately poured a basin of cold water on him and said with a bitter smile, Silly girl. I've heard of this item before. It only exists in legends and doesn't exist in this world. The recipe has long been lost. The water deity immediately shriveled up, her face full of dejection. The recipe might have been lost, Xianxia said. But it doesn't mean that this pill doesn't exist in this world. His eyes flickered as if he had recalled something. How did you know? Ling Xian was shocked. If we can find the pill, the Ocean Emperor Palace is willing to pay any price. The water deity was also overjoyed, her face full of anticipation. Xianxia shook his head with a wry smile and said, I only know a few clues. It's hard to say if it really exists. Even if it does, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain it. Let's go to the sea forest first. Ling Xian knew that the other party must have something that was difficult to say, so she said, That's good. I'll use the divine fire to replace my royal brother's Sun True Essence first. Then we'll discuss the heavenly fortune pill. As long as this pill truly exists, I don't believe that the Ocean Emperor's palace can't find it. The water deity was also very happy. Not only did she get the divine fire, but she also had the hope of saving her mother. She said with gratitude, Thank you, Li Xianxia. Those who have seen the 3 kingdoms would know that the 7-star lamp was the item that Zhuge Liang used to extend his life. One of them was destroyed by Wei Yan, causing the stars to fall and the autumn wind to blow across the Wuzhang plains. That's too serious, little girl, Xianxia said with a wry smile. I should be the one thanking you for saving me. Water deity's face was red, but anyone with eyes could tell that it was the shyness of a young girl's first awakening of love. Ling Xian couldn't help but worry, but when she thought about how her royal brother hadn't interfered, she didn't think too much. The most embarrassed one was Xianxia, who had an indescribable feeling and a throbbing in his heart. Ling Xian waved her hand and removed the light screen. Let's go. The two of you head to the sea forest. Aunt, aren't you coming with us? The water deity asked, stunned. Ling Xian smiled and patted her forehead, saying, The two of you can go. I'll take them back to the palace of Donghai and pass on my brother's decree. You won't be stopped on the way. Besides, with your strength, there aren't many in the 4 seas that can threaten you other than the royal families. All right then, the water deity said with a look of reluctance. Ling Xian glanced at the experts around her and said, Follow me. She turned around and turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the horizon in a few breaths. The experts of the Eastern Sea didn't dare to stay any longer. They all turned into rays of light and followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. Only Xianxia and the others were left on the sea, as well as Bo Yuqing, the Mu brothers, and the 3 people from Thousand Leaves Island. The Mu brothers and Thousand Leaves Island were the most depressed of all. They had worked hard, but they had no results. Tisk tsk, little brother, you're so good. You actually managed to hook up with the Ocean Emperor's daughter. No wonder you don't like our girls from Thousand Leaves Island. Bus said shyly. Elder you must be joking, Xianxia said with a smile. I'll definitely visit Thousand Leaves Island when I'm free. I don't believe you. With such a pure girl following you, how would you think of us? Bus said shyly. Stop joking, Granny you, Xianxia said seriously. Please tell me the truth about Xianxia's death. Bai Yueshan's expression changed and she suspiciously asked, Are you really Li Huaqi's cousin? Xianxia nodded with a smile. He is a very important old friend of mine. Xianxia's death has been a great blow to him. I hope to know the reason. You impudent little brat. Your hair hasn't even grown out yet. You're still an old friend. Bus smiled shyly, but her expression soon calmed down. If you want to know the truth, I, on behalf of the Fuyao Holy Palace, welcome you to Thousand Leaves Island. The strength and means Xianxia had shown had piqued by Yueshan's interest. Qingxi's beautiful eyes also moved, and she smiled with affection. The palace master often says that there is always someone better, and that there is always someone better. Qingxi has always thought that the Fuyao Holy Palace is the sky of the heavenly martial realm. Today, after seeing young Master Xiao's abilities, I finally understood what the palace master said. I hope that young Master Xiao and this little sister Water Fairy can teach me a thing or two in the future. Ah? Me? Are you talking about me? The water deity responded and quickly asked after she regained her senses. Hee. Little sister Water Fairy is really interesting. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed, but she blinked and winked at Xiao. Forget it, Xiao said with a wry smile. The Fuyao Holy Palace's saintly being is so strong that even Li Huaqi, one of the 10 great martial emperors, looks down on it. Aren't you just looking forward to me getting beaten up by him? Haha. Little brother is so humorous. Bus smiled shyly. Although this trip was in vain, it's not a waste to know such an interesting brother like you. I hope I can see you getting beaten up on Thousand Leaves Island. The 3 of them laughed and Bai Yueshan formed a seal with her hand. The 3 of them immediately turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky, disappearing. The Mu brothers also kept their puppets, their faces ashen. The 2 men were serious and serious. Mu Yitong said, The Mu family is also very happy to know you. After saying this, the 2 of them also used their magical powers and disappeared into the sea. Xiao turned to Bo Yuqing and said with a smile, Brother Yuqing, are you still not leaving? What? Bo Yuqing's face flickered. Li Xiao, does the agreement still count? Xiao's face turned cold as he said sarcastically, Agreement? Are you referring to recommending me to go to the Rainy Land? Or are you just standing by and watching, as if it has nothing to do with you? Bo Yuqing was a little embarrassed. That day, my injuries hadn't recovered yet. You were indeed the best candidate for the trip to the Rainland. You completed the mission with excellence. If I had not stabbed Guangxian with my sword, you would not have been able to control the situation. As for the dragon's head, I do want to stay out of it. After all, no one wants to mess with that extraordinary power. If it were you, I'm afraid you would be the same. You're not lying, Xianxia said. At least you're a real villain. But the price of my agreement has also increased, he said with a cold gaze. Bo Yuqing was a little angry, but he suppressed his emotions and gritted his teeth. Please continue. Serve me for 3 years, Xianxia said. Bo Yuqing's expression changed greatly, and he said in shock and anger, In your dreams! If it were you, would you be willing to serve someone else for 3 years? I'll promise you 3 things. All right, Xianxia said with a smile. 3 things, then. Bo Yuqing saw his smiling face and his heart immediately sank. He knew that he was being played by him again. At their level, a single task was already more important than the heavens, and they might even risk their lives to complete it. Promising him 3 things was basically no different from pledging allegiance to Xianxia. However, words that were spoken were like water that had been poured out. He gritted his teeth and said, All right, you win. However, you must use your spiritual energy to remove the neon stone in my body. I tried my best last time, Xianxia said. The power of the Agarine is too strong. I'll help you again when I become a high-level martial emperor. Bo Yuqing's expression became gloomy and uncertain. It was equivalent to him agreeing to 3 things for no reason for a vision of an uncertain future. No one would be willing to do that. What? Xianxia sneered. Are you afraid that I won't live long enough to become a high-level martial supreme? Fine. You're a man of great fortune, so I'll agree to your request. Bo Yuqing pondered over it again and again, but still agreed. That's right, Xianxia said with a smile. You're a smart man, so you naturally understand that it'll be beneficial for both sides. There aren't many people in the world who can help you, and I'm one of them. I'm going to the sea forest now. Are you willing to come? Bo Yuqing shook his head. It's better to avoid trouble. I've left the continent for many years and am very unfamiliar with the changes. I'll go back first. If you need me to do manual labor, call me at any time. He threw a jade pendant to Xianxia. It was a communication device, the same as the one Ning Qiue had. In that case, be careful. Xianxia thought for a moment, then took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead, recording some information into it. He then threw it to Bo Yuqing and said, There are some things in here that are very important to you. I don't want you to die for no reason. If that happens, I'll have one less helper. Bo Yuqing's face revealed a look of doubt. He placed the jade slip on his forehead and his expression suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with shock as he blurted out, Is this information true? I'm sure, Xianxia said. I'm sure. Bo Yuqing's face became extremely ugly. He grabbed the jade slip and crushed it, saying, I understand, thank you. Xianxia nodded and did not stay any longer. He had all the guests return to the Divine Realm tablet and asked Yifan to come out. He and Water Fairy stepped into Noah's ship, then turned into a golden light and headed toward the forest of the sea. Along the way, they did not encounter any more obstacles. With the coordinates of the sea forest, they arrived at the central area of the Eastern Sea after more than a month. After devouring a large number of natural treasures plundered from the palace, Xianxia had also broken through to the rank of a 6-stars martial emperor. On this day, the warship jumped out of space and appeared directly in the sky above the sea. Below it was a huge whirlpool on the sea. Looking down from a height of 10,000 meters, it was like the belly button of the sea. The water deity explained, This whirlpool tunnel is the link between the 4 seas. You can go to any sea from here. You can also reach the forest of the sea. Xianxia and Yifan looked down and saw that the vortex was so deep that they could not see the bottom. What surprised the two was that this sea area was not a dead land. Instead, there were a large number of marine creatures living here, but they were all low-level beings without intelligence. You may leave, Xianxia said. Yifan's hand seals changed, and the entire Noah's ship turned into a golden light, shooting towards the belly button of the sea. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with the splashing sound of the seawater, and it quickly became dark, unable to see. A golden light appeared in the water deity's eyes, as if she could see through the darkness and point out the coordinates. Noah's ship suddenly trembled in the dark space, as if it had broken a mirror, and rushed out of the endless night. Voila! A whole new world was revealed before his eyes. Wah! It's so beautiful! Yifan could not help but exclaim. Under the blue sky, there were white clouds floating. A few of them were colorful. The world seemed to have been washed by the rain. The towering ancient forest extended into the distance. It was a lush green, and the spiritual chi was like elegant silk, intertwining in the air, constantly rising and spreading. Yay! You're finally back! The water deity jumped up happily, clapping her hands and shouting, Father, Mother, I'm back! His voice spread far and wide. There was a response very quickly. Several rays of light flew over and turned into 3 figures. They all had extremely young faces. One of them laughed. Junior Sister Water Fairy has finally returned. Where is Lord Mo? Why didn't he come back with you? He glanced at Yunxiao and Yifan, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. The water deity's excited expression suddenly dimmed, and she sobbed sadly, Woo-woo! The demon shark is already dead. Woo-woo! What? He's dead. What happened? That person was startled, and soon after, his face revealed anger. Who has the gutsy guts to actually kill Lord Mo? His aura spread out in shock and anger, and it turned out that he was an 8 stars martial emperor. He even glanced at Yunxiao and Yifan, intentionally or otherwise. The water deity sobbed for a while, not knowing where to start. If it was said that the death of the demonic shark should be blamed on Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing, but Yunxiao was now a friend and not an enemy to her, and Bo Yuqing was also a friend and not an enemy to Yunxiao. It seemed that there was no way to settle the score. The other person said, Junior Sister Water Deity, there is no need to rush. We can slowly report this matter to our master. It is these two who are in a dilemma. The last person also said unkindly, Junior Sister Water Fairy, the ocean forest is the heart of the 4 seas, a sacred place. Not just anyone can come in. Daffodil Daydream wiped her tears and put on an angry look. Do I have to ask the 3 of you before I bring anyone in? The man who had revealed his cultivation smiled. Junior Sister Water Fairy, I'm a transformation cultivator who has been ordered to guard the entrance of the sea forest. I do have the responsibility to prevent outsiders from entering. But since you brought it here, there's no need to check. But did you inform Master? I'm afraid that Shurzuan won't be happy if he finds out. I'm going to see my father now, replied Water Deity. That's great, the chemical cultivator said. However, I'll leave these people here for now. I'll let them enter the industry after Junior Sister reports to Master. The Water Deity was furious and shouted, No! They want to follow me into the palace to see Imperial Father. A vulture flickered in the chemical cultivator's eyes, and his gaze on Yunxiao became even more unfriendly. I'm sorry, Junior Sister. It's a great responsibility to guard the forest of the sea, and I dare not neglect my duty. The Water Deity wanted to argue more, but Yunxiao stopped her and said indifferently, Water Deity, you go in first. Don't make things difficult for this 8 stars martial sovereign. He was extremely intelligent. How could he not see that these 3 people were deliberately making things difficult for him? And he could also guess the reason behind it. He deliberately emphasized the words great expert as a response to the demonstration of cultivation by the chemical cultivator. The Water Deity could not help but laugh. What kind of expert is he? He's just an 8 stars martial emperor. He's far inferior to you, big brother Yunxiao. Yunxiao patted his forehead helplessly, knowing that he would be in trouble as soon as he said that. As expected, the chemical cultivator's face turned pale and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out and burn him. After the 2 people behind him were stunned for a moment, they both revealed gloating expressions, and the corners of their mouths held a trace of playfulness. Ha ha ha! Junior Sister Water Fairy was right. He was not skilled in chemical cultivation. He was only 29 years old this year, but he was only an 8-star martial sovereign. In order not to embarrass my master, I'd like to ask this brother Yunxiao to give me some pointers. The chemical cultivator flicked his sleeve, and his aura rose to the peak of 8-star as he stared at Yunxiao, his face covered in a layer of frost. What are you doing? Back down. The water deity cried out in surprise as she hurriedly stood in front of Yunxiao and glared at him. The more this was the case, the angrier the chemical cultivator became. His pale face turned red and he roared, "Junior Sister Water Fairy, you've only been out for a short time. Don't be fooled by this pretty boy. Let me reveal his true colors. You're the one who's been tricked. Get out of my way," the water deity said coldly. "Junior Sister Water Fairy is too willful," the chemical cultivator said coldly. "Take her back to the Ocean Emperor Palace to rest." "Yes." The two companions behind him stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. One of them sneered, "Junior Sister Water Fairy, your status is extremely noble. Those toads outside are racking their brains to be friends with you. Let Senior Brother Hua Xiu expose their true colors." The two of them moved forward and wanted to capture the water deity. The water deity was shocked. She raised her head and her Daqiao Bugong sword appeared in her hand. She was about to sweep it away. "I'll do it." "Let's go," Yunxiao said softly. Then, in a flash, he stood in front of Water Fairy. "Humph, you're quite agile," one of them sneered. Originally, it was just a small grappling hand, but when he saw that the target had changed, he immediately turned it into a sharp claw. Sharp blade-like blades appeared between his 5 fingers, and like a small whirlwind, he pressed down from the sky. Yunxiao put 2 fingers together, and bolts of lightning shot out of his fingertips, gathering into an egg-sized ball of lightning and shooting it directly into the whirlwind. Under the rotation, rings of stars appeared around the lightning ball, as if a celestial body was revolving. A huge lightning field could spread out in an instant. Before it even landed, it had already suppressed the other party's whirlwind power. Those blade-like sharp blades instantly disintegrated. Moreover, under the interference of the electric field, that person's palm was directly electrocuted. Traces of electric energy appeared and crackled. That person suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to retreat in horror, but it was too late. "Lightning art!" Yunxiao cried out lightly, and the ball of lightning instantly hit the man's palm. With a flash of lightning, the man's arm was pierced through by the electric current. Boom! Ah! Under the flash of lightning, the man screamed and was sent flying, falling into the endless ancient forest. "Arg! You should die!" The other man screamed and didn't dare to be careless. With a cold light flashing in his hand, a bright saber appeared and he poured his true qi into it, turning it red. The surrounding spiritual energy also shrank, as if it had been sucked dry by the blade. Raging Inferno Saber! A ray of red light flashed across the sky, and a black crack appeared in the sky. Hoo! The saber slashed down without any hindrance, cutting Yunxiao in half. The man was overjoyed, and his eyes widened. The figure that had been split in half gradually turned into light and disappeared before his eyes. Yunxiao appeared behind him in an instant, picked up a hammer, and smashed it down on his head. Boom! Countless thunderbolts fell from the sky and gathered in the hammer. They were magnified several times and finally struck the man's head. A scream that was even more miserable than the previous person's was heard, and then a charred body fell into the endless forest as well. The force of the thunderbolt was controlled within a certain range by Yunxiao. When he sensed that most of the other party's life force had been lost, he stopped and only seriously injured the two. The chemical elementalist didn't move at all, but the coldness in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He said sternly, "How dare you hurt my Ocean Emperor Palace's people? You've got guts." Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Didn't you ask me to give you some pointers? Could it be that you deliberately set a trap for me to fall into?" The chemical cultivator was so angry that his chest felt stuffy. He said angrily, "Good. Then, please give me some guidance." A mere 8 stars martial sovereign. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he no longer looked down on Yunxiao like before. However, Yunxiao's strength as a 6 stars martial emperor was not enough to arouse his vigilance and fear. He opened his mouth wide, and part of his face turned demonic. His mouth was half the size of a watermelon, and he spat out a ball of silver flames. Not only were there burning flames, but there was also an extremely strong metal elemental attack power. What? Xianxia looked curious. The power of the flame was not strong, but when the two elements were fused together, its power was doubled. He raised his hand and grabbed the cold sword, Ice Frost, in his hand, and directly slashed down. Eft! A sword will streaked across and struck the flames, producing a metallic clang. However, the flames were still split apart in an instant. What? The chemical cultivator was taken aback. Although he did not expect the move to hurt his opponent, he did not expect Xianxia to break it so easily. Big brother Xianxia, the water deity said coldly, there's no need to show mercy. Let these frogs at the bottom of the well know that the world is open. The chemical cultivator was furious and growled, Junior Sister Water Fairy, are you a member of the Ocean Emperor Palace or an outsider? Water deity pursed her lips and mumbled, of course I'm from the Ocean Emperor Palace. I'm not like you guys, who are ignorant and arrogant. You're so good. Good, good. The Wuxia was so angry that he was about to explode. He roared, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You forced me to do this, Junior Sister. He let out a loud roar, and his entire body transformed into a demon. A spiral pattern appeared on his forehead, and a single horn slowly grew out. The skin on his body rippled like waves, and scales slowly grew out, covering his entire body tightly. A murderous glint shot out of his eyes, which turned into 2 rays of saber chi. Be careful of his tail, the water deity shouted. Xianxia had been watching him coldly. After all, the man was a peak 8 stars martial emperor, and he had sensed a dangerous aura coming without water deity's reminder. A black shadow flashed in the air and struck down with a PA sound. It was like a whip, causing sparks to burst out in the sky. Xianxia transformed into a thunderbolt and retreated a few meters away, dodging the attack. The chemical cultivator was furious. He thought that if it wasn't for the water deity's reminder, the other party would not have been able to avoid this attack. Do you need a woman to remind you? Are you still a man? Xianxia sneered in disdain and said, a woman's reminder is also a form of strength. What, are you not convinced? Yeah. You bastard. The chemical elementalist gritted his teeth in anger. The scales on his body almost flipped up, and he disappeared on the spot in a flash. He's the descendant of the fiercest race in the ocean. Every part of his body is comparable to a 9th grade profound level weapon. Water deity said in shock. Although Xianxia was vigilant, he was not flustered at all. The ice sword was swung to the left at a strange angle. The blade of the sword slashed through the void, and a pitch-black fist appeared. Bang! The blade of the sword struck the fist radiance and the transformation cultivator was sent flying. The gray-black fist radiance and the light green sword chi intertwined with each other and kept eroding each other. The chemical cultivator was shocked. His explosive power was almost equivalent to teleportation in a short distance, and ordinary people could not catch up with his speed at all. But Xianxia's sword strike was elegant and calm, as if he had seen through it. Did Junior Sister Water Fairy give me a hint? As he thought about it, his thoughts spread out uncontrollably. Only the Bo family's eye of truth could see through his speed so easily. Immediately, his eyes burned with jealousy and hatred. The Wuxia was about to go berserk when his pupils suddenly shrank. A bloody mark appeared on his rock-solid fist under the frost of the cold sword, and the wound was still expanding. What? The transformation cultivator was shocked. In his demon form, even a 9th-tier profound artifact would not be able to hurt him. But at this moment, under the pressure of the sword chi, before it even touched his fist wind, a bloody mark had been directly pressed out. Such a situation had never happened before. If that sword had directly cut into his body, the chemical elementalist couldn't help but shiver. He was proud of his physical body and had never been afraid of any profound level weapons. But now he couldn't help but be afraid. He said angrily, previously you relied on a woman. Now you rely on a profound level weapon. Aren't you ashamed? If you're a man, then fight with me fair and square. Xianxia was speechless for a moment. Then he scolded with a smile. What kind of stupid theory is this? Do you want me to fight against your demon body with my bare hands? Does Neptune only look at talent and bloodline, and never intelligence? How dare you disrespect my master? Die! The chemical cultivator shrank his body slightly, twisted his waist with a great force, and kicked his left foot at Xianxia's throat like a lightning bolt. The air exploded with a bang and made an ear-piercing sound. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He grabbed the hammer with his left hand and swung it down, causing countless electric arcs to flash on the hammer. Boom! The hammer landed directly on the tip of the chemical cultivator's feet. The lightning and thunder spread up along the tip of his feet, but it only spread for half a foot before it disappeared. The scales on his body had an extremely strong defensive power that could even block attacks with extremely high extension and penetration like electricity. Xianxia raised an eyebrow slightly, obviously a little surprised. Humph! Go to hell! The chemical cultivator's face flashed with ferocity. His body shook once more and a black shadow flashed past. His tail directly swung over. At this moment, Xianxia was holding a saber in one hand to suppress his fist radiance and a hammer in the other to hold off his foot. He had no time to spare. In order to prevent the man from escaping, he increased the strength of his punches and kicks to suppress him. With a faint smile, Xianxia summoned his golden body Dharma idol and swung his blade at the tail. Bang, 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 bang. The blade streaked across the tail, creating a series of sparks. The chemical elementalist's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the three-headed and six-armed man in shock. He was instantly stunned. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his tail, as if it had been bitten by something. He couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" Looking back, he saw that his tail had been sprawled on it by a huge insect, and it was holding it tightly. On that terrifying face, its mouth seemed to have two knives in it, and it was constantly biting. Although the scales on its body were extremely strong, its flesh was quickly injured by the bites. It was in so much pain that it hurriedly flicked its tail, but it couldn't get rid of them no matter what. He raised his tail in anger and was about to throw a punch with his left hand. "You still dare to be distracted in this situation?" Xianxia sneered. "Are you looking down on me?" As expected of an 8 stars martial emperor, behind him he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, a golden light shone brightly. The heaven and earth seal condensed in his palms. A golden light streaked across the sky and pressed down on the face of the transformation cultivator. Ah! The transformation cultivator was shocked. He hurriedly changed the direction of his left fist and punched the seal. Boom! He shattered the heaven and earth seal with a single punch, making a mirror-like cracking sound as his fist smashed directly into Xianxia's palms. Pa! Xianxia's palms transformed into claws, and his 10 fingers grabbed his arm like hooks. "You coward!" The chemical elementalist was shocked and anxious. A cold look appeared on Xianxia's face as his eyes turned into blood-red moons. A very strong spiritual power rippled out of his eyes, forming a spiritual storm that struck directly at the man. The chemical elementalist felt pain on his tail and screamed again. At the same time, a spiritual storm swept over and blasted him in. The chemical elementalist's face contorted. He felt as if countless steel needles were stabbing into his brain, trying to penetrate it. He gritted his teeth and blood seeped out of his 5 orifices, but he turned a deaf ear. He knew very well that this kind of spiritual attack was extremely powerful. If he lost his spiritual altar, he would be severely injured and the consequences would be beyond redemption. But his arms and feet were completely suppressed by Xianxia, and there was a big bug on his tail. He was completely at his wit's end, and could only guard his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness as the last line of defense. Tisk! Xianxia snorted contemptuously as he made a strange seal with his remaining 2 arms. The eyes of the head at the back of his head widened as he opened his mouth and spat out a string of words in the dragon language. Boom! The dragon voice contained boundless dragon might. The power of the dragon breath from Shurlong's body surged out and shook the transformation cultivator. The last defense of his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness instantly collapsed. The spiritual storm crashed into his mind, and his entire head was in pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and lost consciousness. Xianxia retracted all his arms, and the corpse puppet also turned back into the thousand-year blade and returned to his body. The chemical elementalist's face was covered in blood. He fell from the sky just like his two companions, falling into the endless forest of ancient trees. The water deity clapped her hands and laughed. Big brother Xianxia is so amazing. Let's see if they still dare to be so arrogant in the future. Xianxia was speechless. All three of them are extremely talented, he said. It's extremely rare for them to have such achievements at this age. However, it's also because of this that he's so arrogant. In addition, he's been accepted by your father as a disciple, so he's even more arrogant. Water deity said, Big brother Xianxia is younger than them and stronger than them. However, he can be steady and not arrogant. Big brother Xianxia is still the best. Yifan smiled and said, Everyone who knows Big brother Xianxia says he's powerful. However, I think that transformation cultivator underestimated his opponent. If he had gone all out from the start, he wouldn't have lost so easily, even if he couldn't escape defeat. Yifan, your eyesight is getting better and better, Xianxia praised. Your achievements in the future will not be inferior to mine. Yifan stuck out his tongue and laughed. I was just saying. If I'm not right, don't mind me, Big brother Xianxia. I'll be satisfied as long as I can have half of Big brother Xianxia's strength. You don't need to belittle yourself, Xianxia said seriously. You have a pure heart of martial arts, and as the master of Noah's ship, it's impossible for you to be ordinary in the future. However, you must remember not to underestimate any opponent. Yes, remember Big brother Xianxia's words. Yifan straightened his body and stood at attention. He, the peerless martial emperor and the owner of Noah's ship, have come to visit. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. A leisurely voice came from the distance. It was neither salty nor light, and it had no emotion at all. Father! The water deity cried out in joy and waved her hand towards the distant sky as if the other side could see her. She shouted, I'm back. Xianxia trembled and said in surprise, Poseidon! The voice ignored the water deity and continued, My 3 good-for-nothing disciples are unable to welcome you too, so let me come personally. His tone was filled with indifference and faint anger. Father! It was the 3 of them who started the fight. The water deity was shocked. Humph! I, your father, am not blind. Suddenly, a force tore the water deity apart. She screamed and was pulled a few meters away, disappearing in an instant. Xianxia's body moved slightly, but he held himself back and said, Thank you for saving me, your majesty. Since the sea forest does not welcome me, I'll see you again. He turned around and was about to board the battleship to leave. Stop! Do you think you can come and go as you please in my sea forest? Neptune said coldly. It was water deity who brought me here to light the 7-star lamp to save my mother. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Do you think I wanted to come to this place? He was also dissatisfied. Although they had done him a favor, he didn't want to stay any longer since the other party didn't like him. Humph! Didn't you try every means to come that year? The voice was still cold. Xianxia trembled and said in horror, What did you just say? Ha ha ha! Don't think that I can't recognize you just because you've changed your identity, Vanquisher Martial Sovereign Gu Feiyang. I'll wait for you at the Ocean Emperor's palace. The voice laughed. Let's end this matter today. Brother Xianxia. Yifan was shocked. Are you really the peerless martial sovereign, Lord Gu Feiyang? When Bo Yuqing said this last time, he had always been skeptical. Now that even the Sea Emperor said the same, he couldn't help but believe it. Xianxiao's face was solemn as he nodded slightly and said, I am Gu Feiyang. The reason is too complicated and I can't explain it in a short time. Wah! No wonder Big Brother Xianxia is so powerful. Yifan said excitedly, You're the idol I've always admired, Lord Gu Feiyang. His face was full of excitement and admiration. He almost took out a pen and paper to ask for an autograph. Xianxiao's face darkened. Although he knew the power of the Eye of Truth, He did not expect that the other party could even see through this. "What, are you scared?" The voice chuckled. Since Master Poseidon has invited me, I'll come even if I'm afraid. Otherwise, if you chase me to the ends of the earth with my current strength, won't I be killed by you in seconds?" "Yes," Xianxia replied indifferently, then walked forward, covering 1,000 miles with one step. Yifan also hurriedly put away Noah's ship and followed closely behind. His pace was also very fast, so he was not pulled down by Xianxia when he used the ship. The two of them walked into the distance, one in front and one behind. The space under their feet kept shrinking, and the sky receded. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he was greeted by a field of verdant green. Spiritual energy gently caressed his face, converging into tiny trickles that trickled down his face and skin, providing him with incomparable moisture. Xianxia looked around and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes and revealed his lunar pupils. He then walked in a strange direction. After a few steps, the scene in front of him changed greatly. The clouds and mist dispersed, and a huge island floated on the sea. There was a palace inside. Although it didn't reveal its true appearance, there was a pressure coming from nowhere. The island was filled with towering ancient trees, and they were even larger than the ones they had seen before. It was obvious that these were ancient ruins that had existed since ancient times. "The ocean forest is indeed one of the lost dimensions," Yifan said in surprise. "With the current environment of the heavenly martial realm, it is impossible for such a huge tree to grow." "Lost space? Even if it is, it must be a useless lost space. If there was an opportunity to become a god here, there would have been an immortal realm expert long ago. You actually found the entrance. It seems that Water Fairy has told you all her secrets." Neptune's voice was heard, and he felt a little speechless. Xianxia smiled faintly. When they were searching for the ruins of the Palace of the East Sea, they had used this strange restrictive spell. Water Deity had accidentally said that it was the same as the Sea Emperor's palace, and that was why everyone remembered it. However, even if he explained, Neptune would not believe him, so there was no need to explain. He smiled and flew towards the huge island. It was not until they were in the sky that they realized the magnificence of the entire island. Under the cover of the giant trees, small buildings could be seen. They were stacked on top of each other, and many small buildings were actually directly on top of the giant trees. Xianxia looked down for a while. There seemed to be some extremely powerful seals hidden in the trees, but they could not block the power of his lunar pupils. He saw the main hall in a moment and flew down. He flew extremely slowly. This was one of the most powerful places in the world. Even with his arrogant and unruly personality, his strength was limited at the moment, so he did not dare to be too presumptuous. The two of them landed on an empty space in front of the hall. Not far away, there was a huge lotus-carved platform that looked exactly the same as Amitabha. In the middle of the open space was a towering statue. Under the light, not to mention the face, even the body of the statue was difficult to see clearly. Yifan closed his eyes, saying in shock, "My eyes hurt." Xianxia raised his head and looked at the statue without any hesitation. He could vaguely see the edges and corners of the statue, which had a solemn dharma and a compassionate face. He thought to himself, "This should be the first-generation ancestor of the Bo family, Lord Sea God." The two of them immediately walked towards the hall. The entire island was silent. Only the sounds of insects, fish, birds, and beasts could be heard. Not a single human being could be heard. The pillars in the hall were more than 100 feet tall and carved with all kinds of patterns, many of which recorded ancient information, including the shape of various true spirits. Xianxia's pupils suddenly constricted when he saw many characters drawn on the pillars. They were extremely strange, but he could tell at a glance that they were all incomplete Maha-ancient characters, each of which was missing a certain stroke. "Big brother Xianxia!" "Haha!" Yifan also cried out in shock. He was shocked when he saw the incomplete characters. He had a certain understanding of the ancient character Maha, so he naturally knew how magical this thing was. "The Maha-ancient character represents the laws of heaven and earth," Xianxia said in a deep voice. Every character is the embodiment of the laws, condensed from the power of heaven and earth. It's impossible for these embossed sculptures to have the shape of those words, so the only thing missing is the strokes. I see. Yifan's shocked heart gradually calmed down. He looked at them one by one. Yunxiao gave it a quick glance and found that there were more than 2,000 of them. His heart trembled as he muttered to himself, "Just how many Swanee are there in total?" There are a total of 3,000 words. They represent the 3,000 nomological Taos between heaven and earth. The voice of the Sea Emperor rang out from within the great hall, and both of them were greatly shocked. It was as if they were placed under an ancient firmament, and the laws of the great Tao that filled the sky appeared before their eyes. After a while, he finally recovered from the shock. There are a total of 2,640 words here, Yunxiao said. There are 2,640 words here. What? Yifan was shocked. We are missing 360. Neptune's voice slowly came. The remaining 360 words are the primary instruction of the Maha-ancient scripture, which has been lost for a long time. Yunxiao's heart trembled, and an extremely strange look appeared on his face. This was because there were many Maha-ancient characters that were not in the Great Realm Divine Technique and Great Expansion Divine Technique. Could it be that the lost 360 characters were on him? Do you know the origin of the Maha-ancient character, Your Majesty? He asked. Neptune did not hide anything and said slowly, "This is a big secret in the realm of heavenly martial arts, but it has been circulating in my Ocean Emperor Palace for a long time. I don't mind telling you. This scripture was created by a powerful existence called Ancient God Maha. He comprehended the 3,000 nomological Taos and condensed them into words in the void. In the end, he wrote a nameless scripture, which was later called the Maha-ancient scripture." Yunxiao and Yifan were both shocked. They did not expect to hear such a secret. What? Yunxiao was even more surprised. Your Majesty, do you mean that this ancient Maha-sutra was originally a scripture? That's right, it's a scripture that talks about the 3,000 great Tao. However, the power of this scripture was too great, and no one could read it. Moreover, it was born in a conflict with the world, and in the end, it was destroyed by the power of this world, turning into countless fragments that scattered across the world. The realm power of the heavenly martial realm? What's that? Yunxiao was extremely shocked. It was the first time he had heard of the realm power. The power of the realm is omnipresent, shapeless, and invisible. Back then, it created the great void Yuching Purple Mansion's Nirvana Divine Thunder and bombarded the Maha-ancient scripture for 3 months. Finally, it destroyed the scripture and scattered it into countless fragments. Yunxiao's heart was filled with horror. The divine thunder of destruction was also recorded in ancient books, and the power described in them was so great that even Ao Changkong's indestructible golden body would be turned into ashes after taking a blow. 3 months of continuous bombardment? What kind of concept was that? What kind of powerful existence was ancient God Maha? Who could create such a strange object? Even the so-called God Realm could not have such power. Could it be that the God Realm was not the end of the martial Tao? 2 words flashed in his mind. Divine Tao. Neptune seemed to have seen through his thoughts and laughed. Indeed, even a godly state expert can't be this powerful. There's an even more fascinating path above the martial path, and that's the godly path. This is the origin of the ancient character Maha. Since then, ancient God Maha has disappeared from the heavenly martial realm, and no one knows where he is. Yunxiao licked his dry lips. The ancestors of the Ocean Emperor's palace were all recorded immortal state cultivators, and the Bo family had visited the 4 seas for countless years without suffering any catastrophes. So, it was not surprising that they had such information. Even the entire heavenly martial realm might not have as many inheritances as the Ocean Emperor Palace. Yifan did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Compared to this information, Yi Nanshan's notes seemed like child's play. Is there no one else who can gather these 3,000 nomological Taos after that? Yunxiao asked. The dark door in front of the hall began to light up like the sun rising and shining on the earth. A magnificent road appeared under their feet, leading to the inside of the hall. In the majestic Ocean Emperor Palace, a kind, dignified man sat upright. He smiled at the two and said, "Come in." Yunxiao and Yunxiao stepped into it one after another. Except for the golden path leading to the throne under their feet, the scenery on both sides was hazy, making it impossible to see what was inside. Yunxiao cast his lunar pupil and looked to both sides. A purple light rose from the haziness and bounced back into his pupils, as if it had been pricked by a thin needle. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He had never heard of a restriction that could directly backfire on an eye sorcery. He could not help but feel a little competitive, but then he remembered that he was in the Ocean Emperor's palace, and he had to show some respect to the owner of this place. Since others did not want him to see the scene in the palace, he would not force him. Neptune did not expose his thoughts and smiled. After that, countless experts went to search for the 3,000 Maha-ancient characters. At that time, there were still many godly state experts, and they finally managed to gather all the characters. But unfortunately, no one knew the order of these ancient characters, which meant that they could no longer piece together a complete Maha-ancient scripture. It was also during that era that many experts made up random things and allowed these characters to be randomly combined, thus producing a large number of divine abilities that have been passed down to this day. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Yunxiao with a profound look and said, "Although they are all Shin methodology formed from the Maha-ancient character, the closer it is to the original meaning of the Maha-ancient scripture, the more powerful the Shin methodology is." At that time, there were 4 chapters that were publicly acknowledged as the strongest Shin methodology, and it was known as the scripture closest to the original meaning of the Maha-ancient scripture. 2 of them were the Great Realm Shin methodology and Great Expansion Shin methodology that you cultivated. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. He was on full alert at once, and his primordial energy filled his body, ready to attack at any time. Neptune chuckled and said, "Don't be surprised. You can possess a body and be reborn. This is the wonderful effect of the Great Expansion Divine Technique. Since the Divine Realm Tablet is in your hands, you have naturally mastered the Great Expansion Divine Technique." Yunxiao still did not dare to let his guard down. He said coldly, "You called me over. Could it be that you want to take a peek at these 2 Shin methodology?" Neptune's ever-smiling face twitched. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed and said, "If it was 5 years ago, I would have thought of doing so. But now, these 2 Shin techniques no longer have much meaning to me. Is it related to the 7-star lamp?" Yunxiao's expression changed. "Is it related to the 7-star lamp?" A pained expression flashed across Neptune's face as he nodded. "It's the 7-star lamp. I've already used up too much of my true essence, and my martial cultivation has also fallen. It's difficult to recover it." "What?" Both Yunxiao and Yifan were taken aback. They naturally understood what it meant to have their cultivation base dropped. The path of martial arts was like a boat sailing against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall back. Once they fell back, they would have no hope of advancing further in their life. Unless the 4 divine arts are gathered and the 3,000 ancient scriptures are reappeared for me to comprehend, there's nothing I can do," Neptune said with a bitter smile. Both Yunxiao and Yifan fell silent. They naturally understood how painful it was for a martial artist to fall back in martial arts, let alone someone like Po Long, who stood at the peak of the entire heavenly martial realm. "My condition is the biggest secret of the sea forest," Neptune said. "I hope you 2 can keep it a secret for me. Otherwise, once it gets out, I'm afraid it'll set off a storm in the 4 seas." Yunxiao's heart trembled. The Poseidon was like a god in the 4 seas, so how could he have evil intentions? He thought of how Guangfa and Guangyuan had dared to openly turn against each other. It seemed that the 4 seas were not peaceful either. "Don't worry. Since the Sea Emperor has spoken, the 2 of us will naturally keep it strictly. The Great Realm Divine Technique and the Great Expansion Divine Technique are 2 completely different divine techniques. Why is it that they are the closest to the Maha-ancient scripture?" Neptune laughed. "There's a story called A Blind Man Touching an Elephant. For blind men touched an elephant's trunk, ears, legs, and tail. Although the forms were completely different, They were indeed part of an elephant and the closest to a real elephant. As for the other Shen techniques, I haven't even touched the shadow of an elephant. I understand, Xianxia said. If I can gather all 4 divine arts, can I restore the complete Maha-Ancient Sutra? Do you think an elephant's trunk, ears, legs, and tail are a complete elephant? Neptune laughed. It seems that I'm too naive, Xianxia said with a wry smile. I'm not a fool. The expression on Neptune's face became serious. What kind of heaven-defying item is the Maha-Ancient Scripture? It can directly trigger the power of the realm to destroy it. It's not something that we can peek at. It's already a great fortune for you to have 2 divine techniques of the Great Realm and Great Yen. Do you know where the other 2 divine arts are, Your Majesty? Xianxia asked. Neptune laughed. The other 2 are the Sun Sutra and the Absolute Beginning Sutra. The Sun Sutra has always been in the hands of the Bo family. As for the Absolute Beginning Sutra, I have some thoughts about it, but I'm not sure. Although I don't covet the 2 scriptures in your hands, I hope to borrow your power to complete the 3,000 words. Are the 2,640 incomplete characters carved on the pillars outside the Ocean Emperor's palace real? Xianxia asked in surprise. If this was true, then the wealth was simply shocking. According to the information revealed by Yuan Gaohan, the number of ancient characters in the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation was only in the hundreds. I'm not afraid of anything. The Ocean Emperor's palace does have the word, Zhan. But I can't master it all. Neptune chuckled. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he said in a trembling voice, what kind of existence would Tao Wu be if he could fully grasp the power of these ancient characters? He finally asked the question that he wanted to know the most. Is it possible to step into the 10 directions divine realm under this sky? Poseidon's expression turned serious, and he gave an irrelevant answer. Do you know what realm is after the peak of 9 star? Before the end of the martial Tao, Xianxia said without thinking. I want to transcend the mortal world and become a saint. You're half right. Neptune nodded. After the peak of 9 stars, it is indeed extraordinary and divine. But that is not before the end of martial Tao, but after. What? After the end of the martial Tao? What? Xianxia was shocked. Don't you step into the divine Tao directly after the end of the martial Tao? A long time ago that was indeed the case, Neptune said in a deep voice. After the end of the martial Tao was the 10 directions divine realm, which was the divine Tao. However, it's been too long since an immortal state warrior appeared in this world. When a person's cultivation reaches the peak of 9 stars, he's still advancing and breaking through. At this point, he's already beyond the scope of martial arts, but he can't cultivate to become a god. Thus, a new realm appeared, which is divine transcendence. He raised his eyes and gave Xianxia a look. When you were at your strongest in your previous life, you should have stepped into divine transcendence, right? Didn't you notice that the power that transcended everything was very different from the power of martial arts? Xianxia came back to his senses from the shock and said with a wry smile, there is indeed a difference, but I've always thought that it's the change in elemental energy before breaking through to the immortal level. In other words, it's an accumulation process where a quantitative change produces a qualitative change. It's not surprising that you have such an idea, Neptune said. Under the sky, there is still a chance to become a god. But it's extremely harsh. For example, if you can restore the Maha-Ancient Scripture and master it, then no matter how the world changes, it will not stop you from becoming a god. Xianxia was silent. He knew that Neptune would never tell him such a secret so easily. After all, it was related to the ultimate dream of countless powerhouses for tens of thousands of years. As for restoring the Maha-Ancient Scripture, it was simply impossible. If I complete the characters on the pillars outside the hall, can you tell me the way to become a god, Your Majesty? He asked. Neptune laughed. You won't be able to complete it. The missing 360 words are distributed among the 4 Shen methodology. You can only complete 180 words. As a reward, I can let you choose 500 words from this pillar to comprehend. Xianxia was greatly moved. 500 words was not a small number, and if he could fully understand it, the benefits would be incalculable. You don't have to rush to answer me. You can take your time to think about it, Neptune said with a chuckle. His eyes gradually brightened and became a little heated. Young Master Yunxiao, can you show me the level 10 divine fire now? This was the first time that his calm face had changed so much. It proved that he could not hide the extreme joy and excitement in his heart. Yunxiao nodded. Without holding anything back, he performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and a phoenix mark emerged between his eyebrows. Then, a chirping sound from ancient times rang out, and a thumb-sized flame flickered and jumped between his eyebrows. True phoenix flames. Neptune cried out in surprise, his face full of joy. However, as he stared at the flame carefully, he gradually frowned. What? Yunxiao asked. Is the flame not enough? This is indeed the true phoenix flame, but it's injured, Neptune said. You're injured. Yunxiao's heart jolted. When he received the phoenix true flame, he had received the message from it. The divine fire phoenix was indeed seriously injured in the battle with the black flame fiend. He could not help but be shocked. Neptune nodded. That's right. This true flame is a little strange. It seems to have been modified by an external flame. His face was filled with suspicion. Strange. What kind of flame in this world can cause the true phoenix flame to change? Yunxiao could not help but be convinced. The Eye of Truth is indeed the world's most powerful divine eye. This true phoenix flame has absorbed a little bit of the ice fiend heart flame. Neptune's face changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. So that's how it is, no wonder Xianxia. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, What a pity! If I could fuse with it a little more, perhaps this divine fire would be able to repair itself. Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and the divine fire between his eyebrows gradually extinguished. Could it be that this fire can't light up the 7-star lamp? Unless you can stay in the Ocean Emperor's palace for a long time and look after the divine fire, Neptune said. Yunxiao's face darkened. It was obviously an impossible condition. Fine, Neptune said with a smile. As a reward for your help, I'll repair your level 10 divine fire. What do you think? It'll be great if it can be repaired, Yunxiao said. It'll be great. Although he didn't know what the difference was between the current repair and the current one, he believed that it would be much more powerful. The Sun Sutra has always been a secret true technique of the Ocean Emperor's palace, Neptune said. In order to cultivate this divine art, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Back then, my ancestor obtained a strange item called the Heaven and Earth Furnace. There was a large amount of fire element vital essence inside that could nourish the divine fire. My eldest disciple, Gu Hong, just happened to come out of seclusion. You've come at the right time. How long will it take to repair the divine flame? Yunxiao asked. How long will it take? It all depends on your control over the divine fire, Neptune said. There has never been a precedent like this. I don't know either. Come with me. Poseidon's figure gradually faded. Like the moon in the water, he turned into a ray of light and flew out of the hall. It was only then that Yunxiao and Yifan realized that Neptune, who had been in front of them all this time, was just a projection, and his real body was probably still guarding in front of the 7-star lamp. The two of them instantly followed the ray of light as it shuttled through the entire island. The island was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, as if it had already become familiar with the auras of these cultivators. The 3 rainbow lights passed through without any panic, and the island was quiet and peaceful. Soon, they reached the corner of the island, facing the endless deep sea. Neptune's projection appeared and walked to the front of the deep sea, looking down. Yunxiao and Yifan also looked down, only to see that the sea in front of them was crimson, and rolling heat waves were blowing in their faces. Yifan was shocked. This is a true sea of fire. The scarlet waves kept hitting the shore, and each hit brought about an extremely high temperature, as if they were exposed to the sun. The heaven and earth smelt is right below us, Neptune said. It was suppressed by our ancestors' 10,000-year-old ice. This furnace can only accommodate one person? Yunxiao asked suspiciously. Is it only enough for one person? Of course not. Are you referring to my eldest disciple, Bone Rainbow? Neptune replied. A strange expression appeared on his face as he recited, "It's best not to meet him. You can leave after you repair the divine fire and light up the 7-star lamp." "Why?" Xianxia asked in confusion. "That's because Bone Rainbow has been in love with the water fairy for a long time," Neptune said. "The water fairy is in love with you now. If Bone Rainbow finds out, he'll definitely kill you." Xianxia grinned hideously. Naturally, he would not take such a thing to heart, but he still found it strange. "If you want to restrict him, can't you control your disciple?" The Ocean Emperor sighed and said, "I am the Ocean Emperor and I rule the 4 seas. I also have many difficulties that I can't help. Within the 4 seas, other than the royal family, there were also many other powerful S-class existences. However, what the world doesn't know is that there are also some ancient races that have lived in the deep sea for a long time. Therefore, they are not affected by the changes in the world. The strength of these races has even surpassed the S-class Sea clan, and they are not inferior to our Bo family." Xianxia was taken aback. It seemed that the world was indeed boundless. Could it be that the Bone Rainbow comes from this kind of Sea clan that surpasses S-class? Neptune nodded. "That's right. I had no choice but to take him in as my disciple. This man is cruel and ruthless. I've always hoped to teach him, but the results were minimal. I hope you can avoid him as much as possible on this island." "If he doesn't come to provoke me," Xianxia said indifferently, "I naturally won't provoke him." With that, he turned into a ray of light and fell into the Crimson Sea. Neptune smiled wryly, knowing that Xianxia was by no means a man to be trifled with. "I only hope that nothing bad will happen." "Don't worry," Yifan said with a smile. "Big brother Xianxia will know what to do." He was secretly surprised by the temperament of the Ocean Emperor in front of him. It seemed to be somewhat different from the rumors. It was said that he had once ruled the 4 seas and besieged the Holy Region. He was invincible, but today he seemed like a kind elder. Neptune glanced at him and smiled. "The owner of Noah's ship, Yifan, your ancestor Yinantian, has also visited the forest of the sea. It is also recorded in the ancient books. Would you like to see it?" When Yifan heard this, he said in shock, "There's such a thing. All right, take me there." Poseidon smiled, and the 2 of them turned into light again and disappeared. Somewhere in the forest of the sea, under the cover of the huge forest, there was a protruding hill. Wuxia was sitting cross-legged, and a crystal-like light was floating from his body like fireflies. He was currently circulating a Shen methodology, breathing in and out Ling Qi to heal the wounds on his body. Chemical cultivation Xianxia. Suddenly, a light voice sounded, but there was no one around. The chemical cultivator's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to recognize the owner of the voice. His entire body trembled and his face revealed a look of horror. Big senior brother. You've been in seclusion for too long," the voice said leisurely. "You still remember me, your eldest senior brother?" I'm Ming Luo." The chemical cultivator's face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. He forced a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "Why do you say that, eldest senior brother?" Chemical elementalist. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, senior brother." "Humph. You know it in your heart." The voice was filled with extreme dissatisfaction and said coldly, "If you don't come out, I'm afraid Junior Sister Water Fairy will fall into your hands, right?" The chemical elementalist's face turned green, and he hurriedly waved his hand. No, how could that be? How could I dare to fight with eldest senior brother for the Xianxia? He was the only one on the hill who was waving his hand as if he was talking to himself. "You still dare to quibble?" That voice shouted coldly, and waves of killing intent spread out. "Ah!" The chemical elementalist suddenly screamed and flipped backward. His hands kept hitting his body, as if something was biting him. Eldest senior brother, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Senior brother, please spare my life." The chemical cultivator begged for mercy and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed and wailed, "I won't dare to do it again. I won't do it again. Senior brother, please spare my life." The voice said coldly, What did I tell you before I went into seclusion? Anyone who dares to oppose Junior Sister Water Fairy will be killed without mercy. I didn't think you would dare to steal it. No, I'm not. Chemical cultivators don't dare to forget eldest senior brother's teachings. Even if you give me 1,000 guts, I still wouldn't dare to have any ideas about Junior Sister Celestial Water. The chemical cultivator kept kowtowing and his body trembled like a sieve. His body had already transformed into a demon. Scales covered his body and emitted countless schwa 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 sounds as if he was being bitten. Humph, seeing that your bloodline and aptitude are top-notch, and that it wasn't easy for Master to pick a disciple, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, you'll regret it. No, there won't be a next time. The chemical elementalist kowtowed repeatedly and muttered, "Thank you for your mercy, eldest senior brother. Thank you for your mercy." Countless thin threads of light emerged from his body and fluttered in the air. Only then did the rustling sound from his scales gradually stop. The space in front of him shook, and a man in white slowly walked out, standing with his hands behind his back. He raised his right hand expressionlessly. The hair-like rays of light intertwined and slowly gathered in his palm. In the end, they turned into a piece of unpolished jade, which he put away. "All right, stand up and talk." A dignified 7-feet man knelt down and kowtowed at the drop of a hat. Among the disciples that Sherzuan had taken in, none of them had a backbone. "Yes, thank you, senior brother." Only then did the chemical cultivator wipe off his cold sweat. He returned to his human form from his demon form and stood up carefully. "Tell me, who are the two guys that came with Junior Sister Water Fairy? What is their relationship with Junior Sister?" Gu Hong asked. "Junior Sister Water Fairy didn't tell me anything," the chemical cultivator quickly replied. "What?" Gu Hong's expression darkened, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. The chemical cultivator's body trembled, and he said in fear, "No, but I feel that Junior Sister Water Deity and that boy named Li Yunxiao seem to have a special relationship." By the end, his voice was as soft as a mosquito and his body was trembling violently. He was afraid that the eldest senior brother in front of him would vent his anger on him. There was a dead silence on the hillside. There was no sound at all. The chemical cultivator only felt as if he was exposed to the scorching sun. He felt a little dizzy as if he was about to get a heat stroke, but he did not dare to faint and forced himself to support his body. Hee. A short while later, the corners of Gu Hong's mouth suddenly rose slightly. Seeing that he wasn't angry, the chemical cultivator perked up and said, "That Li Yunxiao's strength is not simple. He looks like a 6-stars martial emperor, but he can actually fight me to a draw." "Oh? A draw?" Gu Hong turned around, coldly staring at Shi Yen with his sharp eyes and said, "Are you sure it's a draw?" Being stared at by him, the chemical cultivator felt extremely uncomfortable. His face turned red. I am slightly inferior." "Humph, if I can only fight to a draw with trash like you, then what's the point of me stepping forward? I can't play with you." Gu Hong snorted in disdain. He turned around and took a step forward. His entire body turned into countless strands of black hair and disappeared. The chemical elementalist hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to make a sound. After waiting for a long time and making sure that the bone rainbow had already gone far away, he slowly raised his head. However, his face was filled with malevolence and extreme distortion, and his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. "Pa! Pa!" He crushed the air and finger bones with his fingers and said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, if I can't get Junior Sister Water Fairy, you can't either. Ha ha ha, this pervert has come out of seclusion. Let's see how you're going to die." Under his twisted face was a cruel and hideous smile, as if he could already see Yunxiao's tragic end. He could not help but laugh wildly in his fantasy. After Yunxiao rushed into the Red Sea, he kept swimming downward. The entire sea region was dead silent. There were no living creatures, and it was obvious that they could not survive in such a harsh environment. After sinking for a few thousand meters, the burning sensation suddenly changed, and the temperature began to drop. He focused his eyes and looked at the endless bottom. There was a faint azure light that was glowing like a gem. That should be the 1,000-year frost. The heaven and earth smelt should be right beneath that ice. After making up his mind, Xianxia teleported down and arrived above a huge piece of floating ice in the span of 2 breaths. The floating ice was not at the bottom of the sea, but was suspended in the air. It was 10,000 meters wide and looked like a giant. Xianxia flew around the huge ice block and finally found an entrance. He sneaked in and found a short spatial tunnel inside. At the end of the passage, a fierce heat wave came blowing at Xianxia's face. His indestructible golden body bloomed with tens of thousands of golden beams and automatically protected him. Xianxia was shocked. How strong was the fire energy that could trigger the imperishable golden body to automatically protect him? The golden light around him was quickly swallowed by the blinding light. A space appeared in front of him, full of hot lava. Lava flowed all around him, as if he had come to the core of the earth. Lava and heat waves were constantly rolling out from below, and flames were rising everywhere, like a monster sticking out its tongue. Under the influence of this environment, the phoenix true flame in Xianxia's body seemed to sense something, and it began to become restless, as if it was going to break out of his body on its own. Xianxia sensed it a little, and the overwhelming fire origin element poured into his body and seeped into his skin, causing it to glow with white light. The other 4 elements were almost completely cleared out in this place. This natural wonder was undoubtedly the best place for fire element cultivators or for refining weapons. It was better than any human cauldron. A flame flickered between Xianxia's brows, and then a chirping sound came from it. It was the joyful cry of the phoenix flame, which immediately took the form of a phoenix and danced in the air with extreme excitement. Through his senses, he indeed found that the fire phoenix was constantly absorbing the power of lava and the fire origin energy. Since that's the case, I'll give you another hand. He cast a fire-making incantation and threw it into the lava. Boom! A large ball of flames rushed up like a volcano erupting, directly swallowing the phoenix. The phoenix struggled a few times within it, and its entire body suddenly expanded by 3 or 4 times. Then the absorption rate became even more rapid. Seeing that it was working, Xianxia kept throwing out all kinds of runes with both hands, which he threw directly into the surging lava, from which fiery red halos shot out. These rings of light stacked on top of each other and formed a huge flower ring. A few beautiful symbols lit up and stopped in the air, continuously absorbing the spiritual chi from the surroundings. It was an array that could amplify the power of fire. Xianxia set it up in an automatic absorption and operation mode, then sat cross-legged in the air next to the pillar of fire and began to cultivate quietly. Within the Ocean Emperor Palace, Polong brought Yifan to read the books. Suddenly, Poron's brows furrowed and he sighed. "What's wrong?" Yifan asked in surprise. "What's wrong, Poseidon?" "Master, I'm out of seclusion." A voice came from outside the hall. It was very respectful. "Come in," Polong said. He closed the book and made a hand seal. The space around them changed and the 2 of them appeared in the hall. Bone Rainbow's figure appeared in front of the hall and slowly walked in. Every step was extremely light, and he directly knelt down in front of Polong, saying, "Master." Yifan looked at the man in front of him. He was dressed in white. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. There were 2 red spots on his eyes that extended to his lower jaw. At the same time, the aura he gave off had a trace of evil intent. Polong's gaze shifted away from Bone Rainbow with an indescribable expression. "Congratulations, you've finally stepped into the threshold of a 9 stars martial emperor. The distance to the end of martial Dao is only a few days away." "It's all thanks to Master's nurturing," Gu Hong replied indifferently. "I heard that junior sister Water Fairy has returned." The corner of Poron's mouth twitched slightly before he nodded. "You're back. This little girl is too willful. She dared to run out alone. I've already punished her to repent at the Cliff of Repentance. The space on the cliff is chaotic, and there are all kinds of negative energy. Junior sister Water Fairy's cultivation base is too weak. I'm afraid she can't take it. It's all my fault. If I didn't go into seclusion and just went out with junior sister, there wouldn't be so many problems." She has to eat it even if she can't, Poron said. She's starting to look down on me, her father. As my eldest disciple, you must prioritize your cultivation and not be distracted. Yes, disciple will follow master's instructions. Gu Hong then turned to Yifan. Is this Li Yunxiao? Who came back with junior sister Narcissus? He asked. Yifan knew that this person was the Gu Hong that Bolong had mentioned before. He knew that he was not a good person, so he did not have a good impression of him. He only politely replied, I'm Yifan, and Li Yunxiao is my big brother. Oh, so it's brother Yifan. I heard that your big brother is very powerful, Gu Hong said slowly. It's all thanks to your big brother that junior sister Water Fairy was able to go out to sea this time. Is that true? Just as Yifan was about to reply, he heard Polong say, the water deity went out to sea this time to look for a person with a divine flame, and that person is Li Yunxiao. Oh, Gu Hong asked, a level 10 divine fire? It seems that Li Yunxiao really has some skills. Where is he now? This disciple would like to see him. What do you want to do? It was as if Bone Rainbow did not see the expression on Polong's face. He continued to speak in a calm tone. I heard from the other junior brothers that this Li Yunxiao relied on his strength to beat up the 3 junior brothers as soon as he entered the forest of the sea. I was just thinking, these junior brothers didn't learn enough, so they deserve to be beaten. But they can't bring shame to Master's name, so as the eldest brother, I can only take the risk of being beaten and take the initiative to fight for Master's dignity. It's common to win or lose in a battle, Polong said indifferently. How can there be a smear on your reputation? Even if it was the Ocean Emperor's bloodline, could it be that they could never be defeated? Only when you've been defeated will you know how to win. You're absolutely right, Master, Gu Hong said. Our 3 junior brothers have all failed, so they're even more courageous in their cultivation. As the senior brother, I also want to taste that defeat so that I can work harder. A wave of anger rose in Polong's heart. However, he was unable to control this eldest disciple of his. So he could only say, Yunxiao is going to light the 7-star lamp, so it's not a good time to make a move now. I'll wait for him then, Gu Hong nodded. Yifan was already furious from listening to this. He said coldly, since you knew you would lose, why did you humiliate yourself? Gu Hong turned around and stared at him. Yifan felt a huge fear for no reason. His body started to tremble. Bone Rainbow! Shut up! Poron's eyes turned cold as he shouted in dissatisfaction. Yifan felt his body relax. That feeling of fear disappeared, but his body was covered in a layer of cold sweat. It was sticky. Gu Hong snorted lightly, then turned and walked out of the hall. I'll go visit junior sister Water Fairy first, and then wait for that Li Yunxiao to beat me up. Watching him leave the hall arrogantly, Yifan swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, what's going on? Why is it that just by staring at me, I feel incomparable fear? Polong's expression was extremely gloomy, and he only spoke after a long time. When Li Yunxiao lights up the 7-star lamp, I'll immediately open the space tunnel and send you out. Yifan was shocked when he heard this. He looked at the back of the figure that had disappeared from the hall, his face filled with fear. As for Poron, his body flashed with light, and his entire projection disappeared from the hall. In a dark side hall, a snow-white curtain hung on the dome. Below it was a complicated and beautiful cloud bed covered with silk, which occasionally gave off a light fragrance. A woman was lying quietly on the bed, surrounded by all kinds of spiritual flowers and plants. She was sleeping peacefully, and her face was as white as jade. Her face was beautiful, dignified, and compassionate, very similar to a water fairy. The Yunluo bed was surrounded by copper lamps in a strange order, shining with a dark green light. A strange line was engraved on the ground, connecting all the copper lamps together and pointing at the head of the bed. A slightly larger natal palace lamp was placed in front of the woman's bed. A white-haired man with a slightly hunched figure sat cross-legged in front of the lamp. He put 2 fingers together and pointed at the wick. Under his fingertips, the wick emitted a thin golden light, like the radiance of the sun. The hall was quiet. The man sat there cross-legged for a long time without making a sound. You? Poron slowly opened his wrinkled eyes, a hoarse voice coming from his throat. His aged appearance was completely different from the form projected outside the hall. The master of the four seas, a peak expert, could not be seen at all. He looked like an old man who was about to die. A smile of 1,000 years of wind and clouds, shining from the past to the present. Gu Feiyang? Balin muttered. Back then, after your heaven-defying divination, you left behind this poem. Now that Gu Feiyang has reincarnated and come to the forest of the sea, everything is destined. But since it's destined, why do you have to go against the heavens and divine? I don't want the glory of the Ocean Emperor, I don't want the peace of the world, and I don't want the power of the 10 Directions divine realm. I just want to be with you. There was a look of sadness on Palong's face as 2 streams of tears flowed down his old and shriveled cheeks. Now, our daughter is in love with Li Yunxiao, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but Gu Hong will never give up. I can feel that the bloodline of his true spirit has been awakened, and he will kill Yunxiao. Do you think I should kill him first? A sharp glint suddenly flashed across Poron's murky eyes. It was like a flash of lightning that streaked across the pitch-black night sky. His face was filled with hesitation as he muttered to himself, if we kill Bon Hong, the Yunsheng clan will definitely not let this matter rest. At that time, the 4 seas will be in chaos, and that is not something I wish to see. Roe, get up and tell me what I should do. What should I do? With tears on his face, Poron was struggling. On the cliff of repentance, the sky turned dark. Under the influence of some kind of power, the sky stirred like paste and emitted a dark and colorful light. From afar, a snow-white figure was standing quietly on the cliff, like a proud wind. Junior sister, you've returned. Bone Rainbow's voice resounded on the cliff. His figure slowly gathered in the air. He was also wearing white clothes as he slowly walked forward. The water deity's body trembled slightly. She opened her clear eyes, and a trace of fear appeared in them. Senior brother. You? Why are you here? I just came out of closed-door cultivation and heard that you were punished by my master to stay here. I was afraid that you would be afraid of being alone, so I came to accompany you. Gu Hong revealed a concerned expression. I don't need your company. I'm not afraid. The water deity refused. Hee. Bone Hong chuckled as he looked at the constantly twisting space in the sky. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. This chaotic space can drop a strange power at any time. Even I can't guarantee that I can escape unscathed. Don't scare me, the water deity said anxiously. Don't think I don't know that the probability of a foreign force falling into this space is extremely low. Most of the time, it's not that powerful. Haha, really? Gu Hong laughed. A strange smile appeared on his face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. A dark green light flashed in the twisted space above, followed by a sharp light. Ah! The water deity was shocked and quickly jumped away. The sharp light exploded under her feet, blasting a hole in the solid cliff. Haha! Didn't I tell you it's dangerous? Bone Hong laughed. Did you do this? The water deity was bewildered and asked angrily. You think too highly of me, junior martial sister? Gu Hong said with a smile. This is the chaotic flow of space. I don't have such great ability. I don't care if you have the ability or not, the water deity said coldly. I don't need you here. Get lost. Gu Hong's expression darkened and he coldly said, All right, I'll get out of here now and kill that Li Yunxiao. The water deity's expression changed drastically as she said in shock and anger, What did you just say? I won't allow you to mess around. Gu Hong's eyes had been staring at her the entire time. At this moment, his face was like iron as he coldly said, As expected, you have a special relationship with that kid. I've never seen the fear and panic in your eyes before. Damn it, that brat is dead for sure. Don't leave. Seeing that he was about to leave, the water deity quickly flew over to stop him. Bone Rainbow's eyes grew colder and colder. He pointed his finger in the air and traces of green light appeared in the air. They gathered together and formed a large net. It caught Water Fairy in an instant and brought her back to her original spot. Then, the green threads spread out and wrapped around the water fairy. They turned into a green ring and imprinted into the earth. The water deity's expression changed drastically, and she was about to charge forward again. The green light on the ground flashed, and an invisible force instantly bounced her back. The water deity was furious. With a flash of golden light in her hand, Daqiao Bugong's sword appeared in her hand. Countless Maha-ancient characters surged out of the sword and she stabbed it forward. Clang, the big sword stabbed into the azure light wall, but it didn't move at all. Gu Hong looked back and revealed a strange expression. He coldly said, "Junior Sister Water Fairy's strength has improved a lot. You should just stay here and cultivate and try to reach a higher level." He disappeared from the cliff in a flash. Come back! Come back here!" Water deity shouted madly on the cliff. The sword in her hand continued to slash in all directions, creating sparks, but it was of no use. Inside the heaven and earth smelt, Xianxia sat quietly in the air with his legs crossed. At this moment, his skin was also red, as if it had been completely cooked. He slowly recovered from his meditative state and stared at the lava pillar in front of him. He could not help but reveal a surprised expression. This heaven and earth smelt was suspended in the middle of the ocean. If it was used by someone all year round to absorb the flames within, it would definitely be continuously consumed. However, he realized that no matter how much he and the phoenix absorbed, the fire elements in the surroundings were almost full. It was as if there was an endless stream of fire elements that would never be consumed. Xianxia rose to his feet. With a flash of light, his red skin immediately returned to its previous smooth and jade-like skin. He opened his moon eyes and looked down curiously. There seemed to be a strong resistance in the lava, and even his eye bloodline power could only penetrate a few dozen meters in. However, the depth of tens of meters allowed him to discover something. The magma seemed to rise and fall in a regular pattern. It kept surging with raging flames and maintained the entire smelting environment at a stable level. This feeling is as though it's breathing. Could it be that this heaven and earth smelt is a living thing? He immediately thought of this possibility and couldn't help but jump in shock. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia flipped his hand and took out an ordinary 8th-tier sword, then threw it directly into the lava. Chi. As soon as the sword entered the lava, white smoke immediately rose up, accompanied by the light of an artifact, but it was devoured before it could even light up. The entire sword was slowly melting inside, and in a few breaths it was completely melted. Yunxiao's face was filled with uncertainty, but in the end, he showed a determined look, as if he had made up his mind. With a flash of light between his eyebrows, the calabash little King Kong flew out and directly probed the bottom of the lava. The calabash King Kong punched the mud away and began to sink slowly. A large number of fire elements directly attached themselves to little King Kong's body, burning him red in an instant. After sinking dozens of meters, it reached the limit of what Yunxiao's eyes could see, and with a thought, he stopped it. He was shocked to find that the calabash little King Kong's body had begun to melt in the lava, and a layer of liquid had appeared on the surface. If they went any deeper and lost the surveillance of his eyes, God knows what would happen. With a thought, little King Kong immediately broke the lava with a punch and slowly flew out, standing in front of Yunxiao. Its entire body had already turned crimson red, like red-hot iron, and was emitting rolling steam. Although this place was a little strange, it was indeed worthy of the name of a furnace. Such a strong-gourd little King Kong could also be burned in a short time. Since I can't find out the secret, it's fine, but it would be a pity if I don't make full use of the conditions here. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand, and a white light floated in his palm. In an instant, it turned into the cauldron of mountain and river, and it slowly became bigger. Then, he formed hand seals continuously and sent them into the cauldron. The countless patterns on the cauldron of mountain and river were activated. They shot out thousands of rays of light and painted the red world with a bright white. Boom! The cauldron continued to make rumbling sounds. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the cauldron and into the lava. Gulu gulu! The mud in the lava was stirred up, and a large amount of heat rushed out. Moreover, a ray of light grew larger and larger in the mud, opening up a space. The ray of light gradually turned into the shape of a huge cauldron. It was a projection that shot down from the cauldron of mountain and river. With a thought, Xianxia had the calabash little King Kong fly into the projection of the cauldron of mountain and river, and at the same time he cast an incantation seal. The cauldron of mountain and river turned slightly, and the projection changed as well. It was as if an opening had been opened, and the lava gushed in, swallowing the gourd little King Kong. Xianxia kept performing incantation gestures with both hands, using the projection of the cauldron of mountain and river as a furnace to refine it. He wasn't afraid that the cauldron of mountain and river would be melted by the lava. After all, it was a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. Couldn't possibly be destroyed in this place. It was just that the cauldron was too powerful. If it was used together with the lava here, he was afraid that the gourd little guardian deity might accidentally be refined to death. That would be too much to cry. Inside the projection of the cauldron, the gourd little King Kong was red all over and kept growling. It was obviously in extreme pain. As a half-beast, half-tool, it would not feel the damage to the physical body, but this kind of refinement directly went into the heart and soul. As the body continued to strengthen, it must have a heart that matched the physical body. He had never experienced such a path of refinement before, so Xianxia could only follow it step by step and keep exploring and moving forward. When he reached the 9th tier and above, he was close to the laws of the heavenly Tao, and every step was extremely difficult to change. With a flip of his hand, he took out the remaining dragon shell from last time and threw it out. Then, his glabella flashed and shot out a ray of light into the air. A large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were suspended in the air. Most of them were minerals and gemstones. They were of different shapes and colors. Some of them were even squirming gently as if they were about to take shape. These were all the rare treasures he had plundered from the palace of Donghai. He glanced at them one by one and pointed his 2 fingers continuously. One after another, the strange items flew into the projection of the cauldron of mountain and river in the lava. Every object had a strong spirituality and even self-defense. When they fell into the projection, they would shake and emit a ray of light, but they were quickly swallowed by the lava. After throwing over 100 treasures, Xianxia waved his hand, and a beam of light swept across the sky, collecting all the treasures. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. After replenishing his energy, he began to refine it slowly, like a chef cooking fresh food, unhurried. A day later, Xianxia, who had his eyes closed next to the cauldron of mountain and river, suddenly opened them. His eyes were like lightning as he looked down in horror. There seemed to be an external force appearing in the lava. It was constantly stirring the lava and directly hitting the projection of the cauldron. The refining process inside was disturbed. Xianxia was shocked. Had he touched something in the lava? He hurriedly flew down and stepped on the lava with both feet. His entire body turned golden, and heat waves continued to enter his body through the soles of his feet. His heart was filled with shock. Under such high temperatures, the stirring force in the lava could be vaguely seen to be a huge hand. Xianxia suddenly pointed a finger in the air, and a northern heaven cold star sword suddenly shot out, cutting through the lava and heading toward the giant hand. The giant hand seemed to have sensed the danger as well. It clenched its fist in the lava, and 2 streams of flames spurted out from the cracks of its fist. The flames transformed into strange-shaped weapons and met the northern heaven's cold star sword. Bang! The northern heaven's cold star sword was shaken, and the cold light on the sword was completely dispersed. It was immediately swallowed by the lava. Although it was not immediately burned red, its light was completely lost, and the cold air was completely gone. It began to heat up. Xianxia's pupils constricted. That hand could actually be turned into a weapon, which meant it was obviously very intelligent. He grabbed in the air, and a huge green shadow hand immediately appeared above him, which rushed into the lava. Boom! The 5 fingers of the giant hand pierced into the lava and grabbed the air. With a whoosh, the projection of the cauldron of mountain and river was pulled out. After that, Xianxia slapped his palm in the air, and a flame-generating spell shook into the magma. Another pillar of fire rose up, dragging the projection of the cauldron of mountain and river into the sky. The cauldron of mountain and river also underwent this transformation. As the projection rotated slightly, the power on the cauldron seemed to become stronger. The light of the projection gradually became more solid, as if it had split into two and turned into two cauldrons. Two pillars of fire rose from the lava. One supported the light projection of the cauldron of mountain and river, while the other supported the phoenix true flames. The entire lava space suddenly seemed a little narrow. Having lost its target, the giant hand slowly reached out of the lava and kept growing. This time its target was Xianxia. Whoosh! The hand broke free from the lava, its entire body the same color as the lava, and it was still bubbling with hot bubbles as it grabbed at Xianxia. Humph! A cold look flashed across Xianxia's face. The arm had sealed the surrounding space with a grab. It was actually the Emperor Qi of the Ninth Heaven, which meant that there must be a martial emperor controlling the arm. He formed hand seals with both hands, and the true fiend Dharma idol appeared behind him. The Dharma idol grabbed an illusionary saber in one of its arms and slashed at the giant hand. Bang! The illusionary image of the saber slashed directly at the big hand, but it couldn't cut it open at once. It was directly blocked and couldn't advance any further. A force came from the giant hand and jolted the blade shadow away. Then it merged in the air and slowly lost the shape of a hand, and a human figure gradually appeared. This person's body was still made of lava, and heat waves and bubbles were constantly rising from his body. However, when he suddenly opened his eyes, they were as deep as an abyss. They were the eyes of a martial artist. "You are Li Xianxia?" The man asked after staring at Xianxia for a while. "Am I that famous?" Xianxia said indifferently, "I'm not that famous. Even in the forest of the sea, in the heaven and earth smelt, any random monster would know my name." "Humph! That's right, you can die now." After confirming it, the man dashed toward Xianxia in a flash and threw a punch at his head. Xianxia's face flickered. With a flash of golden light, one of his arms turned into a dazzling golden light as he suddenly grabbed at the air. Pa! The fire fist landed in his palm, and circles of flames and heat waves spread out in all directions, hitting the two of them. The golden light on Xianxia's body flickered under the impact of the flame. "So you have an inborn divine body," the man said sarcastically, his pupils shrinking. "You do have some skills." He pulled back his fist and kicked out at Xianxia's forehead as fast as lightning. "Humph!" Xianxia snorted coldly. No matter how fast his opponent was, he could not be faster than the light in his eyes. His body moved slightly, and the surroundings went into a daze, leaving only an afterimage behind. That kick directly kicked the throat of the afterimage, and the entire head slowly dissipated into afterimages under this kick. A cold voice sounded from behind the man. "Let me see who you are." The man was shocked. He knew that he was in trouble after the kick. At this moment, a sense of extreme danger welled up in his heart. Without looking back, he punched the back of his head. "Hu Qi!" A sharp gust of wind suddenly appeared, and with a flash of cold light, Xianxia's cold sword of ice in his hand was instantly broken by the man's punch, which went up along the man's arm. "Damn it!" The man growled in shock and anger. His arm was cut vertically, and the other half fell down. The broken arm was still filled with boiling lava, no different from a physical body. However, there was a thin layer of ice at the place where it was cut. "Arg! What kind of sword is this?" The man cried out in shock, and his eyes were filled with horror. He kept twisting his body to let the lava flow towards the wound. His entire arm slowly returned to its original state, but the red color had faded by more than half. The ice sword was the coldest thing in the world. Although it was suppressed in this environment, it was also the nemesis of the hottest things. Xianxia stood with the sword in his hand and said coldly, "Just as I expected, it's just a trace of spiritual sense. Do you think you can kill me with just a strand of your divine sense? Are you a fool?" After the man's surprise and anger were exposed by Xianxia, a vulture flickered in his eyes as he said coldly, As expected, you're not an ordinary 6 stars martial emperor. Otherwise, my divine thought would be more than enough to kill you. You secretly hid a divine sense in the lava, Xianxia said coldly. Who are you? This spiritual sense couldn't have been waiting for me. It must have been hidden for many years. The man's expression changed drastically, and his eyes burst with a strong killing intent. I can't let you live. He looked around and immediately saw 2 pillars of fire. He laughed hideously and disappeared from where he was. Xianxia's expression flickered as he teleported himself to catch the man's speed and trajectory. With a single teleportation, he appeared above the projection of the cauldron of mountain and river and slashed down with his sword. Eft! That person appeared just in time and was instantly cut in half by the sword. It's useless. I'm immortal here, unless you refine this divine sense of mine. But is that possible? The body that was split in half instantly returned to its human form. It threw a punch at the illusory cauldron of mountain and river. The other half transformed into a spear in the air and shot toward Xianxia. Xianxia's face flickered. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled a few meters away, then reappeared next to the cauldron of mountain and river and threw an incantation seal at it. Bang! The cauldron of mountain and river turned slightly, and the projection shook violently. Suddenly, a vortex appeared on the pillar of fire, and a hole slowly appeared. That person's pupils shrank as he saw a fist intent suddenly blast out from the pitch-black hole, causing the surrounding space to explode. Bang! The man's fist immediately collided with the fist intent, causing a wave of lava to explode. The man's entire fist was completely gone, but he didn't care about it at all. Instead, he looked at the gored little King Kong's face in the pillar of fire in shock. You? What are you refining? A puppet. Just as he was stunned, a beam of Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens pressed down and locked the space around him, making him unable to move. It's just a spiritual sense, and you think you're so awesome? Watch how I refine you in minutes. Xianxia's face flashed with a cold light. After losing more than half of his body, that person's strength was also greatly weakened. He roared in shock and anger. You piece of trash, wait for me to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Even if it's just a divine sense, it's not something you can easily win against. He opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. The lava below him immediately turned into a reverse flow and was sucked into his stomach. Gulu gulu! His entire body swelled up and gradually became a ball. He looked cute, but his eyes were fierce. He made a hand seal with one hand. His entire body suddenly emitted countless strange symbols, covering his entire body in an instant. Moreover, these symbols seemed to be hollow, and terrifying flames continuously shot out from within. Xianxia understood his intention the moment his body swelled up. His face darkened as he snorted coldly and said, You want to self-destruct? Dream on. His eyes flashed with blood-red light, and strange symbols appeared around his pupils. The entire space changed. Ah, this is Ingluo. The man was shocked to find himself in a world of ice and snow. He was surrounded by extremely cold, 10,000-year-old ice rocks, and a bone-chilling coldness invaded his body. Even his body, which was made of lava, could not help but shiver in the cold. An illusion. You're actually an illusion expert. No, the man shouted in anger. The illusion is fake after all. Let's see how you can stop me from self-destructing. Explode, he shouted as he changed the hand seal. The countless runes on his body suddenly brightened up, blooming with intense flames. His entire body suddenly exploded. Boom! A huge impact force exploded out, and the entire world of ice disappeared instantly. The scene returned to the heaven and earth smelt, and a terrifying heat wave spread out in all directions. Xianxia's face turned cold. Fearing that the impact would affect the 2 pillars of fire, he widened his eyes and was about to use a divine skill to wipe them out. Suddenly, the cry of a fire phoenix came from the pillar not far away. It was as if time had stopped for all the power of the impact. It froze in an instant, then suddenly turned into a strong wind and was frantically absorbed by the pillar. Xiao's body trembled as he looked at the pillar of fire in horror. He could vaguely see the shadow of a phoenix emerging on it, but it disappeared in a flash, and everything returned to normal. The terrifying power of self-destruction was completely devoured just like that. Even in this hot environment, Xiao could not help but break out in a cold sweat. The voice just now was very spiritual. Could it be that the true spirit of the phoenix has been awakened? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. The ancient true spirit phoenix was an undying bird that could be reborn from the ashes. This remnant flame had been passed down for countless years, and it was inevitable that there was no trace of the phoenix's thoughts or remnant will. Xiao had not been able to completely refine it, so he could not fully understand the truth of the flame. The Phoenix clan was one of the top true spirits even in ancient times. It's not surprising that they left behind some means of rebirth before they died. He thought of the first dragon, a descendant of the true dragon. Among the ancient true spirits, it was ranked a lot lower than the Phoenix, but it still managed to survive until now, let alone the Phoenix. A thought suddenly flashed through Xiao's mind. Apart from Shilong, are there any other true spirits in this heavenly martial realm? Thinking of this, he felt his throat dry up. If the true flame in this pillar of fire really transformed into a phoenix, it would be impossible for him to control it. Moreover, who knew what kind of temper these true spirits had? They might take things too far and spit fire on the spot, burning him to ashes. His expression became gloomy and uncertain as he stared at the pillar of fire. After a long time, he sighed and seemed to have made a choice. He didn't think too much and turned to another pillar of fire. After the gored little Vajra's previous attack, it continued to sink into the projection of the cauldron of mountain and river. It was no longer in pain. A large amount of fire elements continuously washed over its body, but it was still expressionless and indifferent. But Xiao could sense its existence, as well as the vast power that was silent under this profound-level weapon. He closed his eyes and started to concentrate on the refining. The light on the cauldron of mountain and river became brighter and brighter. The entire refining process was coming to an end. On the cliff of the Red Sea, Bone Rainbow suddenly opened his eyes, and a boundless flame of anger shot out. Bang! The rocks under his feet suddenly cracked and turned into dust. It was like a mountain had collapsed. Countless pieces of giant rocks rolled into the sea. He stared at the sea with a vulture-like expression, and his eyes revealed a fierce gaze. Li Yunxiao. These 3 words seemed to have taken a great deal of effort to utter. The ocean below was also surging non-stop, and it began to roar. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the sea and instantly turned into a magnificent figure in golden armor. The figure slowly raised his eyes, and with a lazy expression, he shouted, "Gu Hong, what's wrong with you? I've been ordered to guard the heaven and earth smelt. Do you want to be beaten up?" Gu Hong's face turned ashen. He raised his hand and pointed at the man. "Zuya, I'm going down to kill someone. Get out of my way." Zuya's eyelids twitched as he shouted, "Impudent! If I let you go down and kill as you please, then what's the point of me guarding this place all this time?" "I don't care," Gu Hong coldly replied. "I must kill this person down there. If you refuse to move aside, don't blame me for getting rid of you as well." "Ha ha ha." Zuya threw his head back and laughed. A look of disdain and contempt flashed in his eyes. "Do you think that you can kill gods and demons just because you've entered the realm of a 9-star martial emperor and activated the bloodline of the Yunxing clan? How childish. You're courting death. Even if Master blames you, you can't blame me." Bone Rainbow didn't say anything else. His body flickered, and like a great ROC spreading its wings, he flew directly towards Zuya. His face was cold, and his eyes were like he was looking at a dead man. Zuya's lazy expression was swept away, and his face darkened as well. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his left hand quickly drew a circle in front of him. One by one, flashing talisman balls were drawn in front of him, and they were all sent flying towards the Bone Rainbow. Those balls were of different sizes, colors, and contained different powers. They created ripples of different depths on the ocean. Bone Rainbow's pupils contracted. The power within these balls covered the 5 elements of heaven and earth. They constantly influenced each other. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, 3 gave birth to countless. Humph! He coldly snorted, and the sound of bones cracking came from his body. His body suddenly shone brightly, and symbols appeared on his skin, covering his whole body. An extremely powerful force emerged from his body and poured into his palms. Immediately, 2 huge green palm shadows appeared in the sky and split into tens of thousands before crashing down. Bang! 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 The sky was filled with palm shadows that rained down, continuously destroying the various symbol balls. The red ocean shook and huge waves roared 1,000 meters away from the two. Gu Hong's eyes were frosty as he formed an incantation gesture with his hands. Suddenly, an extremely dangerous aura began to emanate from his body. A white light slowly rose up and spread out in the sky with a clang, turning into the shape of a knife. The huge saber shape gave off a sound that stirred people's hearts. Before the saber fell, the sky was already split open by the saber intent. Gu Hong put 2 fingers together and pointed in the air. He said in a cold voice, "Tai Yuan Blade." Clang! The saber image collapsed like a mountain. Heaven and earth seemed to be broken, and the ocean was instantly cut in half. It was as if everything in the world was completely cut off by the saber. Xuya's expression turned serious as well. He put away his previous contemptuous look, clasped his hands in front of his body, and shouted. A ray of golden light appeared in his hands, and a small golden sword was spinning inside, slowly growing larger. Xuya suddenly grabbed the sword, and the entire sea trembled. With him as the center, a golden light radiated out, and the area within a radius of several thousand meters was filled with endless sword light. 10,000 sword shadows hung in the surroundings. A cold sword light, 5 lakes and 4 seas. Tens of thousands of sword shadows instantly condensed and gathered from all directions into the golden sword. The sound of the golden swords colliding was like a silver bell. Under the blinding golden light, Xuya raised his long sword and stabbed at the air. Bang! The huge saber-shaped sword directly struck the golden sword, making a deafening crisp sound. Countless cracks appeared on the moon-like saber. With a bang, it shattered like a precious jade falling to the ground. The pearl plate shattered and turned into moonlights that scattered into the sea. However, the golden sword continued to gather and did not disperse. It became brighter and brighter in the air. Xuya put his hands together, and golden light surged over the Red Sea. In an instant, countless sword shadows broke out of the water and shot into the sky. The entire sky above the sea was covered in golden light. With the golden sword as the center, countless tiny sword shadows flew around. Gu Hong's expression changed drastically. You've actually cultivated the divine ability of the sword domain. The runes all over his body suddenly flickered, and a white light lit up behind him. A pair of wings appeared with a bang, and he teleported 10,000 miles in a flash. Since they've come, we'll beat them up. Xuya's mocking voice rang out. The golden light in the sky swirled, and a beam of sword intent was sent over along with the bone rainbow. It was like a maggot in a tarsal bone that could not be removed. Xuya, you dare to kill me? Gu Hong's expression changed drastically as he watched in horror as the sword intent slashed down, tearing apart the sky like a piece of cloth. He hurriedly crossed his hands in front of his body, and threads of green light as thin as hair spread out, intertwining and gathering in front of him, forming a shield mirror to protect his front. Bang! The sword intent slashed down, and the shield and mirror only lasted for half a breath before it collapsed. The sword's momentum didn't slow down as it slashed onto Bone Rainbow's body, shattering his 2 wings. Under the suppression of the sword intent, his entire body was sent flying towards the ground. Boom! A huge cloud of dust rose into the air, and a deep pit was torn out on the extremely solid island. Humph! Funny! Xuya snorted disdainfully, his figure disappearing in a flash. If not for your apprehensions, The sin of burying your consciousness in the heaven and earth smelt alone is enough for you to die 1,000,000 times. The huge crack on the island startled countless birds and beasts, but it soon quieted down. Whoosh! A ray of light flew out from the crack and shattered a large piece of rock. Gu Hong's body was in a sorry state. He directly lay on the ground, panting for breath. His eyes were filled with fear and hatred. The injuries on his body were ghastly, especially on the two sides of his back. It was as if a piece of bone had been dug out, and in a short while blood was flowing all over the ground. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his expression rapidly weakened. Zuya! Damn it, damn you animal! I'll definitely kill you one day. He was so angry that he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. He took out a stem-like thing and put it in his mouth, chewing it while the expression on his face constantly changed. Soon after, he took out a golden jade pendant, raised his hand, and struck out a few runes in the air, all of which flowed into the golden plate. Then he slapped it in the air. The gold metal spun twice, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the void. A few days later, the Red Sea once again churned with huge waves, and a passage directly opened on the sea. Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out, reappearing in the sky. He looked back at the ocean and seemed to have sensed something. He frowned slightly and turned into a bolt of lightning, heading toward the Ocean Emperor Palace. You're here. A light shadow appeared in the sky above the Ocean Emperor's palace and gradually condensed into the appearance of Poron, whose face was filled with excitement and joy. Xianxia nodded. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. The divine fire has changed a lot. It won't be a problem to ignite the 7-star lamp. I've tried countless times over the past few years, Polong said. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I'm already very calm. I won't let you down this time, Xianxia said with a smile. I hope so. Come with me, Polong sighed. He turned into a beam of light and flew over, wrapping Xianxia in it and disappearing into the sky. In the next moment, a light flashed in the side hall full of copper lamps, and Xianxia's figure appeared. Ah, Yuring Luo. Xianxia could not help but cry out in surprise when he saw the Sea Emperor's face. Although he knew that what he had seen before was the Sea Emperor's projection and had guessed that his real body must have aged, he did not expect it to be so weak. There was no longer any dignity or dignity. He was like a dying old man, coiling in front of the Life Palace lamp, constantly using his true chi to protect the bean-sized light on the lamp wick. Hee. Rather, Polong was very calm as he laughed. Even the world-famous Gu Feiyong would be scared. Xianxia smiled wryly. The ruler of the 4 seas, the Ocean Emperor of the generation, who reveres the world, has become like this. Anyone would be frightened. What's the use of the 4 seas being the sovereign of the world? Even if I enter the omnidirectional divine realm, what's the point without the person I love? His face was filled with desolation as he raised his head to look at the woman on Luo Yun's bed, revealing a look of compassion and love. Although we are not heartless, Xianxia said seriously, we should still focus on martial arts and not be distracted. There are 3,000 rules in the world, Polong said. There are also 3,000 rules in the Great Tao. Who made the rule that those who pursue the martial Tao cannot pursue the path of love? Xianxia was taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he said, there are indeed no rules, but a man's energy is limited. My life is limited, but the Great Tao is boundless. A trace of dignity flashed across Poron's face as he solemnly said, my Great Tao is to be with her. Other than that, there is no other Tao. Xianxia's heart trembled. Polong's words were straight to his heart. It seemed that he had fallen into the Tao of love and could not extricate himself. It was no wonder that his martial cultivation had deteriorated. Otherwise, with his extraordinary divine realm, even if he had spent several years here, his cultivation would not have fallen. Since that's the case, I won't try to persuade him. Xianxia gave the woman on Luo Yun's bed a look, and found that she did look very similar to the water deity. Let me try, then. As long as you can free yourself from this place, It's not impossible for you to recover your cultivation in the future by relying on the divine art and Amitabha. Palong's body trembled, and he did not say anything about Xianxia's words, as if he did not want to talk about the topic anymore. Good, good. His eyes were filled with excitement and hope, and his entire body was trembling. His left hand continuously pointed in the air, and several golden runes flew out in the air and disappeared in a flash. A purple formation light appeared on the dome. Polong softly chanted an incantation, and the hand gestures of his left hand kept changing. Every time he struck, the purple formation light changed a bit. In the end, with a crack sound, the formation light was opened like a key and directly split into two. You can come in now. Only then did Poron speak slowly, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Naturally, Xianxia could sense the extraordinariness of the array. Besides, even with Neptune's powerful divine ability, it took him so much effort to undo the seal, which showed how powerful it was. He first carefully observed the arrangement of the formation on the ground. Soon, he understood everything and walked to Luo Yun's bed in a certain direction. The woman, who looked 70 to 80% similar to water deity, lay there peacefully, as if she was in a deep sleep. After calming his excited state of mind, Poron said, "You can try." Xianxia nodded, then closed his eyes and performed an incantation gesture with one hand before him as he began to meditate and cultivate. He knew that Xianxia was adjusting his condition. This was a process of understanding the power of the elements. Only when he was completely fused with the elements would he be able to unleash the power of the elements to its greatest extent. He had already waited for so many years, so he didn't mind waiting for a while. An hour later, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His clear eyes had turned into two clusters of flames, burning and jumping. Within the flames, one could see the faint image of a phoenix flying around. Poron's turbid eyes suddenly became clear, and his aged face glowed with light. The wrinkles on his face gradually disappeared. Xianxia raised his hand, and a flame core gathered at his fingertip. It flickered and emitted a huge amount of energy as it slowly lit up the life lantern. The flame on his fingertip was ever-changing, taking on a myriad of forms, like a living soul. "It's indeed the repaired true phoenix flame," Polong said excitedly. "This spiritual aura seems to be coming to life." The more powerful the flame was, the more excited he was. He instructed, "Be careful." The sun-true origin on the lamp suddenly lit up, and Polong felt as if half of the origin power in his body had been drawn away. His expression changed drastically. His left hand formed a seal, trying his best to cut off the extraction force. But he did not dare to be too fierce, for fear that the light would go out. Xianxia's fingertips suddenly froze, as if they were blocked by an invisible force. The wick emitted a 9-colored light, which spread out layer by layer and kept attacking the flame in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected this. He performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and drew 3 strange runes in the air, then slapped them down one by one. Bang! There was a soft sound of bubbles bursting, and the 9-colored light completely disappeared. The natal lamp seemed to have sensed the aura of the phoenix fire. The ancient carving on the lamp suddenly lit up, and a purple mist floated up from it, slowly turning into a gray 2-horned monster. The 2 horns on his forehead, one gold and one silver, made the monster's face look gloomy. "Huado!" Xianxia was taken aback, and his calm eyes rippled as if he could not believe it. Polong's expression changed greatly as he asked in shock, "What's wrong?" "It's just an afterimage of the Calamity Dragon race. I don't know why Roe has this in her body, but she's now a palace guardian beast." "I'm fine." Xianxia put away his thoughts and became calm again. Only then did Poron relax a little, but there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. The palace guardian beast, Huado, was silent as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Xianxia. The 2 horns on its forehead were flashing gold and silver, as if lightning was passing through them. Xianxia had seen Yuan in his true form, and he knew that the horns were the strongest power of the Huado clan. So, the moment the gold and silver appeared, His eyes turned into blood moons and he cast an eye technique. Mirror stream. Under his gaze, Huidou's remnant soul opened his mouth wide and revealed a look of fear. In the next moment, the shadow of Huidou's remnant soul was directly imprinted into Xianxiao's right pupil, becoming clearer and clearer. The sound and shadow above the copper lamp had disappeared without a trace. Xianxia suddenly closed his right eye, and beams of bright light burst out of his left eye. The moment Huidou's soul dissipated, he pointed a divine flame at him. The wick of the life palace lamp burst into flames, and a 3-foot-tall flame rose. Ah! The woman on Luo Yun's bed suddenly screamed. Ah! Palong's entire body trembled as he flew to the bed. Ro Wei's face was filled with shock before it slowly melted away and finally returned to her sleeping state. The life palace lamp on the bed was burning under the phoenix fire. The flame slowly shrank and finally became the size of a thumb before it stabilized. It was much brighter than the soybean light that was protected by Poron. Ro Wei, Poron called out a few times in front of the bed, but there was no response. 2 lines of tears flowed down the peerless expert's face. He grabbed her soft hand and gently placed it on his cheek, as if he wanted to let the two of them feel each other's warmth. Only then did Xianxia open his right eye. He saw the remnant soul of Huidou struggling in the space of his eye sorcery and slowly dissipating. At this moment, the 7-star lamp on the ground also began to change. The divine fire on the life palace lamp kept flashing and jumping with the shadow of a phoenix. At the same time, the 56 lamps on the inside and outside also projected the shadow of a phoenix. The flames on them were like thousands of people bowing to the life palace lamp. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. "My condolences, Your Majesty," he said happily. "Fortunately, I did not fail you." Only then did Polong gradually recover from his grief. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "That's only keeping her life on the line," Xianxia said. "If we want to save her completely and change her fate, we have to find the legendary heavenly fortune pill." "I've also looked through various ancient books," Polong said. "There are no less than 10 ways to save Ro Wei, but all of them are heaven-defying items or don't even exist in this world. The last time the heavenly fortune pill you mentioned appeared was tens of thousands of years ago, and there are no clear records of it." Xianxiao's heart stirred. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. "It's already a great help to me that Ro Wei's life is hanging by a thread," Polong said. "This way, I can have more free hands to do more things." "That's good," Xianxia said. "That's good. With Lord Poseidon's abilities, I'll be sure to pay more attention." "Thank you very much," Polong said. He thought of Ro Wei's last sentence after her divination, which was pointing at the man in front of him. Perhaps Xianxia could really find a way. His hope and confidence were suddenly ignited. "Previously, I said that if you can complete 180 words of the Maha-Ancient text, you can comprehend 500 words. Have you considered it?" Xianxia smiled and stretched out a finger as he said, 1,000 words. Poron was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly. "How can you take advantage of me like this? For the sake of saving Ro Wei, I can't say more than 800. "Deal." Xianxia immediately agreed, his eyes shining. There was a strange smile in his eyes as he said, "You can choose any 800. How much you can master will depend on you." Xianxia could not help but frown when he saw the strange smile on Polong's face. "Is there something else?" With a wave of his hand, the two of them disappeared from the side hall. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast white world. There were hundreds and thousands of huge copper pillars around him, like a forest of pillars. There was a bronze statue of a ferocious beast crouching on top of each pillar. Some of them looked down at the earth while others looked up at the sky. They were very lifelike. But when Xianxia came in, he found that no matter where he was, he felt as if hundreds of fierce beasts were staring at him, and he felt a little scared. The bronze pillar was densely engraved with all kinds of Maha-Ancient characters, and they were all incomplete characters without strokes. Xianxia was a knowledgeable man, and he knew that this space was similar to a supreme-grade profound artifact, the kind that existed at the beginning of the world. It was used to store these copper pillars and simulate the nomological power of the Maha-ancient character. He could sense that there was an extremely powerful restriction hidden in this place, and it seemed to be related to the fierce beasts on the copper pillars. If an outsider had barged in alone, the restriction would have been triggered by itself. "Take a look for yourself," Polong said. "You can choose which 800 words you want to learn. If you want to leave, I will be able to sense it with a single thought." Xianxia looked over one by one. There were a total of 233 copper pillars here, and the numbers did not seem to have any special meaning. The number on each pillar was different. Poron didn't explain further and left. Xianxia, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to read the characters. Instead, he became very interested in the bronze beasts. The bronze beasts on the 233 pillars had a myriad of forms and races, and none of them were repeated. Xianxia did not recognize more than half of them, and he had only seen the rest in ancient books. He walked to a slightly larger pillar with more words on it. He raised his head and looked up. A 5-clawed golden dragon was circling the top of the copper pillar, looking ahead arrogantly. But Xianxia felt a little scared. He kept feeling that the dragon was staring at him, and he could not help but smile wryly. This should be the effect of the mysterious restriction buried here. Once the copper pillar was destroyed or any other prohibited act was committed, it was likely that they would immediately be in an extremely dangerous situation. These 200 beasts should all be true spirits that existed in ancient times. The Sea Emperor's palace's inheritance is indeed much older than the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation. All kinds of information are also more complete. Moreover, he discovered that the size of these copper pillars was arranged according to the strength of the true spirits on them. For example, existences like ancient true dragons and heavenly phoenixes were relatively large pillars. After a long time of observation, he didn't find anything else, so he began to read the incomplete words. His eyes turned into eye power and looked at the words on the pillars, trying to imprint the 2,000 incomplete words into his mind. Suddenly, a purple light shot out from the pillar and instantly dissolved his vision. His vision became hazy and he could not see the words on the pillar clearly. Shocked, Xianxia hurriedly retracted his lunar pupil. Only then could he see the words on the pillar clearly again with his ordinary eyes. The 5-clawed golden dragon that was looking at him arrogantly had lowered its head and was staring at him with a ferocious look. Xianxia's expression became uncertain. It was only then that he found that the strength of the restrictive spell here was beyond his expectation, and even the incomplete characters were not easy to remember. He smiled bitterly in his heart and could only start picking words honestly. He casually pointed at the large characters on one of the copper pillars, and the copper pillar let out a long buzz. Suddenly, the word "can" shot out a beam of light and projected itself in the air. A ball of golden light appeared in the projection. It slowly expanded like seaweed and changed shape, showing strokes. With every stroke, there was an ancient and strange feeling. Xianxia was overjoyed. His eyes widened as he forced himself to memorize the word. It was as if the world had just been created, and thousands of laws were born one by one. In the end, a complete ancient character was revealed. The projection suddenly burst out with a blinding light, and the entire space shook. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as well. As the ancient character of Maha was formed, he felt a boundless ancient will and the laws of heaven and earth flowing around him. He hurriedly closed his eyes and began to immerse himself in the laws, slowly comprehending them without any distractions. Several months later, in the Sea Emperor's palace. Then, a beam of light flashed, and Xianxia's figure emerged from it. Polong and Yifan had been waiting for a long time. "Xianxia," Yifan was surprised. "Big brother Xianxia, you've become a high-rank martial supreme?" Xianxia's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, "You've also improved a lot. It's all thanks to your guidance, Master Poseidon," Yifan said with a smile. Seated on the throne, Poron laughed as he leaned his body forward. With his hands supporting his chin, he said with a teasing smile, "Li Xianxia, have you mastered 800 words?" Xianxia raised his head and looked over. Although Polong's hair was still gray, His demeanor and temperament were much stronger than they had been a few months ago. It seemed that his body was also recovering bit by bit. A total of 633 words. Xianxia answered. Poron leaned back and laughed. The power of law in each word is extremely great. If you don't have the corresponding cultivation to forcefully comprehend it, you'll only end up in chi deviation. Do you now understand why I decided on the 5 white words? It's not that I'm stingy, but I'm really thinking for you. But I didn't expect you to forcefully raise your cultivation to 7 stars martial sovereign just to learn a few hundred more words. It's also beyond my expectations. However, forcefully raising your cultivation will also cause you great harm, right? Otherwise, with your 7 stars martial emperor cultivation, you should have been able to learn 700 words. Xianxia went straight to the point. With a wry smile, he said, Fortunately, I have enough natural treasures with me. When I realized that I could only comprehend 490 words with my cultivation base, I had to take the risk to make a breakthrough in my cultivation base in order not to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although I have reached the 7 stars martial sovereign realm, my foundation is extremely unstable. I had to go into seclusion to stabilize my foundation. You can only blame yourself for being too greedy, Polong said with a smile. All opportunities are fated. You can't force them. There's nothing wrong with heaven, Xianxia said. But a gentleman should always strive for self-improvement. These are the additional 180 words from the 2 divine arts. Please keep them well, Lord Poseidon. He made a hand seal, and a golden light flashed between his eyebrows. An image shot out and turned into a light screen in the air. Ancient Maha characters appeared one by one. This is... Polong's expression immediately turned grave. His eyes bloomed with golden light as the 180 words appeared in his eyes one by one. Yifan's eyes were also wide open as he tried to remember, but to his shock, not only did his eyes hurt, the yuan power in his body became chaotic, as if it was going to go berserk. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly closed his eyes, starting to calm his heart and regulate his breathing. A few hours later, Xianxia had derived all 180 words, and he looked as if he was about to collapse. Polong wasn't any better off. He had to forcefully memorize these 180 words, so he had to use up even more origin power. The 3 people in the hall were all silent, cultivating in seclusion. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Father. There was a flash of white light outside and water deity appeared in the hall. The space in front of Poron blurred, and a projection of himself condensed. He was solemn and exuded the pressure of a superior. Xianxia knew that it was because Polong did not want his daughter to see his true appearance. He must have kept it a secret all these years, so it was not appropriate for him to point it out. Humph, you came in without informing me. You're too impudent. Who are you? Polong's face sank as he angrily shouted. Water deity smacked her lips and mumbled, Didn't I just shout outside? She looked at Xianxia and smiled. It's good that you're all right. I was worried that Guhong, that pervert, would come and cause you trouble. When the 3 of them heard this name, their expressions all changed slightly. Why would Bone Rainbow cause trouble for Xianxia? Polong said coldly, If you talk nonsense again, you'll go back to Confession Cliff. The water deity revealed a look of lingering fear and hurriedly waved her hand. No, I don't want to go. Father, you don't know this, but Guhong told me that he was going to deal with Li Yunxiao. You must punish him and make him stay at Confession Cliff for a few years. Impudent. I know what I'm doing, Polong coldly replied. Yunxiao shook his head as he watched. This Polong was a man who looked strict on the surface but was soft on the inside, so he had to pretend to be a strict father. The water deity looked aggrieved, pouted, and didn't say anything. Please don't take offense, Polong said. She's always been neglected, so she's developed an unruly personality. He still had that cold look on his face, but both of them knew what was going on, so they exchanged a few polite words. Xianxia even got up and said goodbye. Only then did Polong's ice-cold expression melt, and he said with some reluctance, The sea forest is a rare cultivation holy land in the world. With your talents, if you two stay here, you'll be able to reach the peak of martial arts in a few years. Why don't you consider staying? Yeah, you guys should stay. Water deity's heart was also slightly rippling with emotions, even a little sour, and she hurriedly asked him to stay. Xiao sighed. This is indeed a good suggestion, but there are several things I'm worried about. I have to return to the continent. He glanced at Fan and said, Little Yi, you can consider the Sea Emperor's suggestion. Furthermore, with the guidance of the Emperor, you will definitely be able to advance at a tremendous pace. No. Fan shook his head. I'll follow Big Brother Xiao. I'll stay if you want to stay, and I'll leave if you want to. Why do you have to do this? Xiao said with a wry smile. Being with me will only delay your cultivation. Fan said seriously, My ancestor said that on the path of martial arts, other than years of cultivation and accumulation, the most important thing is fate. Only through constant training can one obtain fate. During this period of time that I've been with Big Brother Xiao, my cultivation speed has been faster than ever. Polong laughed. Fan is right. Both of you have supreme-grade profound level weapons and are the chosen ones. I will not force you to stay. In that case, I'll go with Big Brother Xiao to train, the water deity quickly said. I feel that my cultivation has also increased very quickly during this period of time. What are you doing? Polong's face darkened. Get back to training. Water deity stomped her feet in anger and said, Why don't I need experience? I'm also the owner of a supreme-grade profound level weapon. If I heard that it's with me, am I not the one chosen by the heavens? Xiao's face darkened. Water Fairy is the princess of the four seas. Her every move has a lot to do with her. You can't be willful. Water deity asked, Aren't you on the Divine Realm tablet? Usually, when I'm free, I'll stay in the Divine Realm tablet to cultivate. If there's anything, you can call me out to solve it. Woof! He called you out to solve it. What? Polong did not know whether to laugh or cry and rebuked. Did I call you out to weaken our own forces? Get back. The water deity stomped her feet and shouted, No! I'm not convinced. We're both masters of a transcendent grade profound level weapon. So why do I have to stay here and cultivate? Polong's gaze turned cold, and a wave of energy rippled out from his body. He snorted, If you want to go out, you can. But when you refine me, I will let you go. The force pressed down and teleported the water deity away. The light on Poron's body disappeared, and the solemn projection broke open like a water mirror, revealing the old true body behind it. In fact, you don't have to worry about it, Neptune, Xiao said. If Water Fairy really wants to leave, I can take her with me. Now that I've excavated the mine in the palace, the Divine Realm tablet will be full of spirit chi for decades. Li Xiao, your fate is extraordinary. Polong shook his head and said, But even the one chosen by heaven may not have a smooth journey. On the contrary, it may be more difficult. It's not that I'm cursing you, but it's just that you might die one day. This possibility is extremely high. I've already lost my wife, and I don't want to lose my daughter as well. I understand, Xiao nodded and said. I can understand your thoughts, your majesty. Since the two of you have decided to leave, I'll send you off, Polong said. He pondered for a moment. Then with a flip of his hand, a green talisman appeared in his palm. It transformed into streams of light and shot toward Xiao. Xiao grabbed at the talisman in the air and saw a golden array drawn on it, which kept spinning on the talisman and exuded an extremely powerful and vast power. A one-time use defensive talisman? That's right, Polong said. The value of this talisman is hard to estimate. It can even withstand a blow from a peak 9-star expert. Take it as a gift from me. Xiao was a smart man, so he immediately understood the meaning. Are you worried that I'll be chased by the bone rainbow and won't be able to protect myself? Hee. Polong chuckled and said, Although you're the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang, you don't have the peak power you had in your previous life. It won't be easy for you to escape from the four seas again. Moreover, I'm very clear about the abilities of my own disciple. If you were to fight him, you'd lose more than you'd win. A cold and arrogant look flashed across Xiao's face, as if he did not care at all. However, he also understood the value of this talisman, so it would be a waste not to take it. He put it away and said, "In that case, thank you." Poron saw through his thoughts and did not explain further. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll send the two of you off. You're welcome to come back anytime." A bronze-colored round, profound level weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. There were all sorts of patterns engraved on it. Upon closer inspection, there were the sun, moon, and stars. It was actually a starry sky map. This astrolabe can break open space and send you directly to the continent, but there is a certain risk involved. However, given your abilities, you naturally wouldn't mind. The star-crossing disk immediately shot out beams of light, projecting the sun, moon, and stars in the sky above the hall. Then, a beam of starlight shot down and wrapped Xianxia and Yifan in it, pulling them in an instant. The two of them were pulled in by the power of the starry sky at the same time and disappeared. "You're here." Poron looked at the star-crossing disk as it continued to spin. He then cast a spell into it, causing it to immediately retract its light and return to his hand. The entire hall suddenly became empty, and he was the only one left. His figure seemed somewhat lonely. Suddenly, space rippled slightly, and Wuxia stepped out. "You've sent them all away?" "I've already sent them 30,000 nautical miles away," said Polong as he put away the astrolabe. "I can't monitor the space after this. I can only wish them a safe journey." "That Guhong kid left the Ocean Emperor's palace a month ago," Wuxia said. "He's probably trying to kill us halfway." A gloominess flashed in Polong's eyes as he coldly said, "This boy is narrow-minded and vicious. If I didn't take the big picture into consideration, I wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Do you think Xianxia and the other man can escape from him?" Wuxia crossed his arms in front of him. "I've already cut off this kid's cloud wings a few months ago. Logically speaking, it should take at least a year or so for him to recover his strength. However, the Yunxing tribe is a descendant of the true spirit. I'm not sure how strong their bloodline is. And what I'm most afraid of is that this kid will ask for help from the family. Although Bone Rainbow is narrow-minded, he still has the self-esteem of an expert," Polong said with a frown. "From what I know about him, even if he really wants to kill Xianxia, he'll do it himself, and he won't borrow the power of outsiders." "I hope Xianxia and the others can return to the continent smoothly," Wuxia said. "Although that kid will definitely chase after them, there are countless experts in the human world after all. He won't be allowed to do as he pleases. It'd be best if some human expert were to take action and completely kill this brat. If such a thing really happens, then I, as the Master of the Four Seas and the Master of Bone Rainbow, will have to go to the sanctuary to seek justice like I did in the past. I'm truly infuriated." "Ha. Who asked you to be the great Poseidon?" Ha. Wuxia laughed for a while. "But I remember you saying that someone deliberately set Gu Feiyang up. Can you tell him this time?" There was a glint in Polong's eyes as he slowly said, "We didn't pursue the root of that matter back then, so all the clues were cut off. With my identity, I can't speak rashly without any evidence. Besides, the current Li Yunxiao must be even more powerful than Gu Feiyang, and he can find out everything with his own power." "That's true," Wuxia said. "The Great Expansion divine technique is so amazing. I really want to take a look." Sighing, he turned around and disappeared from the hall. Only Poron was left. His expression changed, and he slowly fell into deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. After Xianxia and Yifan were sucked into the astrolabe, a yellow light wrapped them up and they flew through the endless dark night sky. The yellow light was in the shape of a pentagon, like a shooting star, flying toward an unknown place. "Xiao Yezi," Xianxia suddenly said, "can you break out of the star power of this astrolabe, and then we can find our own way back?" Yifan was shocked. "What's wrong? Isn't it very safe inside the star power? Could it be that Big Brother Xianxia is afraid that the Bone Rainbow will track us down?" he asked carefully. After all, Xianxia was by no means a timid person. But Xianxia nodded without hesitation and said, "That's right. I'm afraid that the Bone Rainbow has already set up a trap and will directly intercept us in the void." Yifan looked around. "This star power is extremely strong. but it is not impossible to break it by force. I am just afraid that something might go wrong. I will have to float in the void for a long time. He asked unwillingly. Big brother Yunxiao has also seen that bone rainbow? Is he really that powerful? I only encountered a wisp of his divine sense. Yunxiao chuckled. It has already self-detonated. I'm not sure if he's really that powerful, but I'm afraid that when I meet him, he'll still be under Neptune's control. If I kill him, it'll be difficult if Neptune comes out to disrupt the situation. If we can control the passage by ourselves, we'll be able to wait for him in the ocean hundreds of thousands of miles away. Arg! So, Big brother Yunxiao has already made preparations to fight him. Yifan was shocked. Do we really have to kill him? After all, he's the first disciple of the Ocean Emperor, and he has a complete true spirit bloodline in his body. If we kill him, won't we attract a lot of trouble? A descendant of the true spirit, Yunxiao said indifferently. So what? The royal family of Donghai is the descendant of the dragon, and we still dug out their nest. The cloud beasts aren't famous among the ancient true spirits, so their bloodlines can't be that powerful. I understand. I'll try to see if I can get out of this star power. Yifan immediately sat down. The Noah's boat on his forehead started to flash. His divine sense started to spread out. Yunxiao's face darkened. There was another very important reason he did not mention, which was that he was really worried about leaving such a dangerous person with Water Fairy. This won't do. The star power is still too strong. Yifan tried for a while and said in distress, Should I break it open by force? Yunxiao's expression flickered as he said in a serious voice, No need. I'm already here. What? Startled, Yifan hurriedly jumped to his feet and looked in Yunxiao's direction. He saw a silver-white nebula spinning in the dark ahead, and a huge figure was slowly rising from it. What is this divine ability? Yifan jumped in shock. He was truly stunned by the scene in front of him. The huge figure was expressionless, and his eyes were half closed. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, then punched at the shooting star. Be careful. Yunxiao gave them some instructions, then stood up and moved forward. He formed a seal with both hands, and a defensive light immediately enveloped the two of them. Boom! The figure's punch landed, and the entire meteor cracked open. Countless starlight shot out in all directions. Under the power of the fist, a hole was instantly created. Like a star explosion, it bloomed with infinite light in the dark night. Yunxiao suddenly put his hands together and then separated them again. Boom, boom, boom. That vibration force was dispersed from his palms. He grabbed Yifan and teleported away. Boom! The place where he had been standing exploded, and the world of the sea and sky appeared. The figure also slowly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, Yunxiao and Yifan appeared above an ocean. There was no end in sight, and they had no idea how far they were from the sea forest. The two of you came in a hurry and left in a hurry. As Poseidon's first disciple, I didn't even treat you well. I really can't rest at ease. Bone Hong's voice resounded through the sky. About 100 meters ahead, the sky shook, and two figures slowly appeared. Gu Hong's face was cold and fierce. Behind him was a burly man who looked like a strong man. If one looked closely at his face, they would find that he was the one who had punched out in the void. Yunxiao was on his guard. He did not know what divine ability the Bone Rainbow had, but at least the man behind him was definitely not simple. Who are you people? How dare you act so atrociously in my Miao Xian sect's territory? Suddenly, 7 or 8 pieces of space around them began to ripple, and a large number of cultivators appeared, all of them glaring angrily. The Miao Xian sect? North Sea? Yunxiao was taken aback. Is this the North Sea? The Forest of the Sea was located at the intersection of the 4 seas, so it wasn't surprising that Poron would send them to the North Sea. It was probably to avoid the Bone Rainbow, but they were still intercepted by the other party. The cultivators who had walked out of the spatial zones were first furious, but then they all became stunned and shocked. No matter if it was Yunxiao or Gu Hong, he could not detect their auras clearly. When he swept his divine sense over them, he felt an unnatural sense of danger. This was especially so for Gu Hong and the other one. They didn't look like humans at all, so who knew where they came from? Who are you guys? Finally, an old man from the Miao Xian sect came forward with a bewildered expression. The Miao Xian sect is here to do something big. I hope the four of you can make an exception. A cold light flashed through Gu Hong's eyes, causing the old man to retreat several steps in fear. He became extremely vigilant and apprehensive. Yun Xiao could not help but ask again. This is the North Sea? Could it be that you are one of the 10 great sects of the North region, the Miao Xian sect, and your sect leader is called Wang Gong? It is. The old man was overjoyed. Yun Xiao looked kind, so he quickly flew to him and said, The sect leader of my sect is Wang Gong. I am the great elder of the Miao Xian sect, Jia Xinghu. Yun Xiao glanced at the great elder, who also had the strength of a 9-stars martial emperor. The Miaoshuan sect was indeed one of the top 10 sects in the North region. What are you doing in this sea area? Is it far from the North region? Jiaxing Tiger said, We've set up a large formation here to capture the Northern Sea venomous toad. We've been waiting for more than 3 months. It's not easy to see some signs. Who would have thought that the four of you would hesitate? A 9th-tier sea beast? Yun Xiao's face flickered. The Northern Sea venomous toad? He lowered his head to look at the sea below and said with a strange expression, Could this place be an old nest of the poisonous toads? That's right, Jiaxing Tiger replied. It's not easy for us to protect this poisonous toad. So I hope the four of you can make an exception for us. The Miao Xian sect will be extremely grateful. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I've heard about the strength of the Miao Xian sect. I have something to report to your sect. Jiaxing Tiger frowned and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Great Elder, Yun Xiao said with a smile. Have you ever heard of Li Yun Xiao? Yi Fan almost choked on his own breath. He squinted at Yun Xiao, not understanding what he meant. Li Yun Xiao? Jiaxing Tiger mumbled, It sounds familiar, but I can't remember where I've heard it before. At this moment, one of the Miao Xian sect's disciples' expression changed drastically. He hurriedly came forward and whispered a few words into Jia Xinghu's ear. Jiaxing Tiger's face instantly darkened as he said sternly, Friend, are you talking about the Li Yun Xiao who killed 2 young masters of our sect in Yufeng City a few years ago? Yi Fan's expression changed when he heard this. He was shocked. It's that Li Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao said with a serious face. It's him. Jiaxing Tiger's expression was dark and uncertain as he said in a deep voice, Do you know where that person is? Yun Xiao moved his eyes and glanced at Bone Hong. Jiaxing Tiger's face turned ashen and he said in shock, He is Li Yun Xiao? Bone Rainbow's body radiated with an extremely cold aura. Although he stood on the surface of the sea without saying a word, he looked at them coldly as if he was looking at a dead person. The burly man behind him gave him a feeling that he could not see through at all. Although he was standing there, it was as if he did not exist at all. He's not Li Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, But he knows where he is. Great Elder, we've searched high and low for them. If we can capture them and find out Yun Xiao's whereabouts, Lord Sect Master will surely reward us handsomely. The martial artist from the Miao Xian sect, who had just explained, looked excited, as if he had just seen a huge amount of wealth coming to him. Humph! Jiaxing Tiger glared at him fiercely. His face was extremely dark, but he did not say a word. Yun Xiao looked surprised and said, Why? Don't you want to take revenge for the 2 dead young masters? Jiaxing Tiger's expression changed several times before he slowly said, Revenge will naturally be taken, but the poisonous toad must also be caught. Let me first ask about this matter. I'm Jiaxing Tiger, the great elder of the wonderful profound sect. He called out to Gu Hong from afar. Do you know Li Yun Xiao? Gu Hong frowned and revealed a strange expression, not understanding what the other party meant. Jiaxing Tiger waited for a while, but when he didn't get a reply, he cursed in his heart. He then said, Regardless of whether you know Li Yun Xiao or not, please do us a favor and don't hinder us from capturing the Northern Sea poisonous toad. He only hoped that these 4 strange people who had suddenly appeared would leave quickly. As for the murderer of the sect master's son, it really had nothing to do with him. If it wasn't for the fact that many of his subordinates were watching, he wouldn't have bothered with this matter. A bunch of human scum. Wasting my time. Gu Hong's expression turned cold. He raised his right hand, and a large number of runes immediately appeared on his arm. Jiaxing Tiger's heart trembled and he roared, "Not good! Everyone, be careful!" The aura of a 9-stars martial emperor on his body instantly exploded. A wide saber appeared in his hand, and he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Woof! Trash! Gu Hong spat out a mouthful of saliva in disdain, and a cold smile flashed across his face. In a flash, he charged into the group of disciples from the mysterious profound sect and swung his arm with a sinister smile. Pai li pa la. The runes on his skin flew out from his arm one by one and exploded in the air. Bang! 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 7 to 8 disciples of the mysterious profound sect were instantly blown to pieces, not even having the time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Go to hell! The Jiaxing Tiger instantly appeared behind Gu Hong and furiously slashed down. The saber chi swept up a hurricane, and its power multiplied. Bone Rainbow didn't even try to dodge. He directly turned around, raised his hand that was covered in runes, and grabbed forward. You're looking for death. Jiaxing Tiger's pupils shrank. He was both shocked and angry, but at the same time he was overjoyed. The other party wanted to use his body to receive his full-powered blade attack. This was simply too arrogant. In the entire heavenly martial continent, perhaps only Ao Chongkong, who had cultivated his body technique to the extreme and had directly sanctified his body, had such courage and strength. At the thought of this, the force on the Jiaxing Tiger saber became even more intense. Bang! The blade landed on Bone Hong's palm and was caught by his fingers. An overbearing blade force exploded from his palm and spread in all directions. Boom, boom, boom! The entire ocean was stirred up, and the waves kept spinning into the distance. Yun Xiao and Yi Fan were also greatly shocked, and their faces were filled with horror. That was a full-force saber attack of a 9-stars martial emperor, and he could actually withstand it with his body? Furthermore, the Bone Rainbow appeared to be doing so with ease. Jiaxing Tiger's face turned deathly pale in an instant. There was nothing but fear in his eyes. He. Gu Hong sneered and coldly stared at him. Tell me, are you a piece of trash? Jiaxing, whose head was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. The Miao Xian sect is one of the 10 great renowned sects of the North region. I hate useless trash like you the most. When you fail, you come up with all kinds of excuses, or you kneel and beg for mercy without any integrity. You can die now. Gu Hong's face darkened as he mocked. He clenched his fist. Bang! With a sound, he directly broke off a piece of the saber. As he poured his origin power into the broken blade, it let out a mournful sound and shot forward with a palm strike from Gu Hong. Jiaxing Tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, he was an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. In his panic, he immediately steadied his mind and formed several seals with his left hand, which he then struck into the blade. Swish! Although a part of the battle blade was broken, it was still a 9th-tier profound artifact. After a strong sound, it turned sideways to block the attack, turning into a blade light for defense. Bang! Gu Hong's entire body pounced forward. His palm seemed soft and gentle, but it directly pressed into the blade light and slapped against the blade, causing a crisp sound to ring out. What frightened Jiaxing Tiger out of his wits was that the saber fragment had pierced through the saber and was heading straight for his chest. Eft! His chest was instantly pierced by the fragment, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. At that moment, all the Miao Xian sect disciples' faces turned pale. They were completely dumbfounded in the sky, and all of them were petrified on the spot. They were all 9-star martial emperors, and they were considered fearless existences on the continent. How could they be sent flying by an unknown and strange kid with just 2 strikes? Yun Xiao's face also turned extremely gloomy, and he finally began to take Neptune's words seriously. The joshing tiger fell into the sea and quickly stabilized its body. It tapped its body a few times to stop the bleeding and growled in a low voice. Activate the 6 secrets water lightning formation and kill these two. Only then did the disciples of the mysterious profound sect who were scattered across the sky finally react. They instantly turned into scattered dots and landed on the surface of the sea one by one, occupying different positions. The first person made a hand seal, and then everyone changed according to the changes of the person in front. Soon, the sea surged and dozens of water pillars rose up. After reaching a height of more than 10 meters, they gathered into water balls with hundreds of blue runes appearing on them. It was a magnificent sight in the air. Gu Hong was quite patient. He crossed his arms in front of his chest like a cat playing with a mouse as he looked at the scene in front of him with a mocking expression. The Miao Xian sect disciple at the front shouted in anger, 6 secrets of water lightning. Boom! Everyone's hand seals changed, and the several dozen water balls in the sky suddenly swirled toward the bone rainbow. This was a formation that they had set up to deal with the poisonous toads. Don't be slow, Joshing Tiger shouted. Quickly use your ultimate formation move. Everyone was shocked. After the water ball flew out, they didn't dare to stay idle and quickly formed seals. The water balls that filled the sky swirled toward the bone rainbow one by one. They contained an extremely powerful force, and under the effect of the countless runes on the surface, they became violent. Joshing Tiger's face darkened. He formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted, "Explode!" The first water ball that had reached the bone rainbow suddenly exploded with a hong sound. Countless water arrows shot out in all directions, leaving no room for escape. The other water balls were also affected by the first one and dissolved into sharp arrows. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with a sea of blue arrows. They waved and intertwined with each other, shooting towards the bone rainbow. TSK. What a bummer. I thought I'd be able to find something decent. Gu Hong sneered disdainfully. His eyes were filled with mockery. He put his hands together in front of his body, and a defensive light floated up from his body, forming a barrier 3 feet away. Bang, 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 bang. The countless arrows landed on the barrier, causing ripples to form, but they were unable to damage it in the slightest. As for the burly man standing on the surface of the sea, he was even more motionless. When the water arrows hit his body, they were more like raindrops, only wetting his clothes. Joshing Tiger's expression turned extremely ugly. At this moment, an even larger water pillar shot out from the sea and turned into a huge water ball that spun in the air. Every Miao Xian sect disciple's face was ashen as they broke out in cold sweat, trying their best to support the floating water ball. Joshing Tiger gave Yunxiao and Yifan a cold look and said with anger, "How long do the two of you plan to watch? If I'm not wrong, these two should have been your opponents, right?" Just thinking about it filled his stomach with anger. He was originally capturing the northern sea poisonous toad and was dragged into this storm for no reason. Moreover, the opponent was so terrifying that it made people's hearts palpitate. Several disciples had already been killed or injured, and the remaining disciples, including himself, might not be able to leave alive. Just thinking about it made him dizzy. Who did he offend? He wished he could kill Yunxiao and Yifan first. Now, his only hope was to hold on a little longer. He had just sent a message back to the sect for help. As long as he could hold on until the sect leader came, everything would be fine. Yunxiao's eyes widened as he said in a strange voice, "My lord, you must be joking. You're a 9-stars martial sovereign, but you can't even block one move from him. I'm only a 7-stars martial sovereign. Wouldn't I just be courting death if I went up?" Eft. Joshing Tiger was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood as his injuries flared up. His eyes were filled with hatred, but with a great enemy in front of him, he could not care less about Yunxiao and Nangong Wuk. After dealing with the great enemy in front of him, he would skin these two and pull out their tendons to vent the hatred in his heart. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and instantly flew to the huge water ball of symbols. He shouted angrily, "Go!" He changed his hand seal and the water ball spun forward under his control. Yifan mumbled, "Big brother Yunxiao, Is it really okay for us to do this? After all, we were the ones who attracted these two people here. They have nothing to do with this. Yes, it has nothing to do with them, Xianxia snorted coldly. Then why are they still fighting? This means that this has nothing to do with us, and they are the ones who want to fight, so we are naturally happy to see it. He spoke in a relaxed manner, but his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Not only did the bone rainbow's strength exceed his expectations, but the strength of the burly man behind him was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how he tried, he couldn't find out the exact details. Yifan was stunned when he heard Yunxiao's words, and he felt that it did make sense. The burly man, who had been standing on the sea, had his eyes half closed since he appeared. He looked drowsy, but at this moment, he slowly opened his eyes and said softly, "Be careful," he warned. A trace of displeasure flashed across Gu Hong's face. He snorted, "Shut your mouth. Do I need you to remind me of such a small trick?" The burly man wasn't angry, but there was no more sleepiness in his eyes. Instead, he looked on quietly with his eyes as clear as water. The joshing tiger stepped on the water ball and the hand seals kept changing. Every move seemed to be extremely strenuous, and the injury on his chest continued to deepen. The faces of the Miao Xian sect disciples on the water's surface were also pale. They coordinated with joshing tiger's technique and gritted their teeth as they gave it their all. They all knew that if they couldn't kill the other party with their strongest attack, they would all be in danger. Space-tearing vortex. Joshing Tiger suddenly shouted and leaped into the air. With a flash of light, he once again took out the broken profound level weapon from before and slashed down with gritted teeth. The water ball began to change the moment he jumped up. The ball slowly gathered into the upper body of a human. It was a giant spirit that was completely condensed from water elements. It roared towards the sky, raised its fists, and clenched them behind its head. Then it suddenly smashed towards the bone rainbow. The giant water elemental spirit's arms were filled with violent runes. As it clenched its fists, a huge hammer shadow appeared, shaking the sky with a loud rumble. Gu Hong's face was filled with malevolence. He clasped his hands in front of his body and made a hand seal. His skin was immediately covered with all kinds of runes, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Clang! A ray of white light rose behind him and suddenly transformed into the shape of a blade. With a light shout, he slashed at the joshing tiger and the water elemental titan. Wherever the blade light passed, it turned into a dazzling white world. Yunxiao's body flickered, and he disappeared from where he was with a teleportation. The pupils of the burly man standing on the sea in the distance shrank. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward the sky. The sky was like a curtain that was pulled by him. A huge suction force was born, and everything fell toward his hand. Even the nearby battlefield was pulled by the force. Yunxiao's figure materialized in the space, and without changing his expression, he transformed into a thunderbolt and flew dozens of meters across the sky toward the bone rainbow. The burly man's face darkened and flashed with anger. He raised his foot and was about to take a step forward. "Don't move. Let him do it," Gu Hong shouted with an ice-cold face. The voice was filled with dignity and pride, and it looked at Yunxiao's figure as if it was disdainful. With a cold smile on his face, Yunxiao snorted and said, "You're too arrogant, but do you have the strength to do so?" A cold glint flashed in his hand as he unleashed his ice sword. The entire sky instantly changed color and became dark and gloomy. "What?" Bone Rainbow was shocked. The burly man nearby also narrowed his eyes and became a little worried. After the night fell, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky and directly shone down. The first ray of light appeared in the clouds, and a touch of dawn slowly rose. Sword Art Dawn Light. Ancient Maha characters shot out from the ice sword and flew around the sword. There were sword spirits fighting, and wherever the sword light passed, a white mist appeared. In fact, after the cold air came out of the sword, the air condensed into tiny ice crystals, which directly froze the area. Gu Hong's expression changed drastically. The power of this sword intent was far beyond his expectations. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would naturally not be flustered. However, at this moment all of his saber chi was fighting against the Jiaxing tiger and the water elemental genie. How could he have such a powerful strength to take care of it simultaneously? A look of panic flashed through his eyes, and a sense of danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, the seal in his hand changed. The white blade ray that had already taken form paused in the air, as if it had suddenly lost all its power, becoming a tree without roots, without an origin, and its power was greatly reduced. Two rays of white light suddenly appeared behind him. With a zhang sound, a pair of wings appeared and spread out in the air. Behind the bone rainbow's hideous face, a faint shadow of a true spirit appeared. It was as if it had spread its wings and overlapped with him. Countless feathers on the white wings stood up. If one looked carefully, they would find that they were actually formed from blade gleams. The two feathers spread out in front of Xianxia, and in an instant, tens of thousands of blade shadows emerged and a terrifying blade energy shot out. Xianxia was taken aback. The shadow of the true spirit was a creature of water, land, and air, covered with feathers and scales. He had seen a bronze statue of it in the bronze pillar forest, and it did not seem to be one of the top true spirits. However, at this moment it seemed to have fused with the bone rainbow. The pressure it gave off was like a mountain, causing his body to tremble and fear to rise in his heart. It was the natural advantage that a superior exuded when facing a lower-ranking person. He had experienced this feeling not long ago when he was facing Shilong's true body. However, the suppression was very different. The latter completely suppressed him until he couldn't move, but at this moment, it only hindered the circulation of the yuan power in his body. "You dare to have ideas about my woman, die." Gu Hong laughed hideously. Ignoring the fact that the blade behind him was shattered by the giant water elemental spirit and Jiaxing tiger, he spread his wings and slashed at Xianxia. Xiao's face was cold. The shadow of a phoenix flashed between his eyebrows, and a screeching sound that crossed time and space rang out. In an instant, he broke through the true spirit pressure and thrust his sword forward. Bang! The saber radiance and sword chi clashed together, creating countless piercing sounds like thousands of birds chirping, tearing the sky into countless pieces. After Xianxia struck out with his sword, he felt that the saber chi was too difficult to block and was coming at his face. He suddenly pulled back his sword and stood up, then thrust out again. In an instant, it turned into tens of thousands of afterimages, constantly bombarding the saber shadow on the sea, shattering it. At this moment, Jiaxing tiger was overjoyed. When he saw Xianxia make a move earlier, he did not have much hope. After all, Xianxia only had the strength of a 7-stars martial emperor, and he could basically die with one move. However, the strange sword intent that followed made him ecstatic. The bone rainbow completely ignored him and removed the power from the blade. He and the giant water elemental spirit worked together to destroy the blade and hit his body. It was already too late for Bone Rainbow to receive the attack. He turned his head around and his ferocious face turned into a beast's face. Just like the true spirit behind him, he opened his mouth and let out a long roar. The sky suddenly trembled, and a large number of green threads floated out from the talismans on his body. They intertwined around his body and condensed into a green net in front of him. The blade directly cut the green net into two. The blade intense momentum didn't slow down, and it continued to cut Bone Rainbow's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. The gigantic water elemental spirit's fists also shattered the green net, and the power of its fists pierced straight into Bone Rainbow's chest. After this punch, the giant water elemental spirit also disintegrated instantly, turning into a pool of seawater and falling down. Gu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying dozens of meters away. His eyes were extremely cold. The knife wound on his shoulder was shocking. It had split open his bones, and his entire arm was almost hanging down. The injury on his chest was even more shocking. It was completely sunken in, and his back was raised. It was unknown how many bones were broken. Jiaxing Tiger looked in fear at the panting Bone Rainbow in the distance. His heart was filled with fear. Even this couldn't kill him? As the giant water elemental spirit dissipated, the dozens of disciples from the mysterious profound sect immediately lost all their strength. Each of them half knelt on the surface of the sea, floating up and down with the waves. They had completely lost their strength. On the other hand, Xianxia's face turned cold, and his eyes gleamed with coldness. The reason why he had suddenly attacked was because there was value in his actions. Jiaxing Tiger and the others had attacked previously, but they had been unable to hold Bone Rainbow back at all. Even if he had attacked, it would have been for naught. Thus, he had been quietly waiting for an opportunity. However, he did not expect the other party to be so conceited and powerful that he could withstand the attacks of the three of them. It was almost equivalent to 3 9-star martial emperors joining forces. Ift! Ift! Gu Hong spurted out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He became extremely weak. To be able to force me to such an extent, you trash should be proud of yourself. Even though he was constantly spitting out blood, there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and it was getting colder and colder. Jiaxing Tiger felt his hair stand on end under his gaze. He forcefully mustered his courage and shouted, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you for not knowing that you're about to die," Gu Hong coldly replied. "Nonsense. The one who's going to die is Ying Luo," Jiaxing Tiger angrily rebuked. Just as he was about to shout and drag out the time, he suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly revealed a look of horror, only to see that his body was wrapped in countless fine green threads, which had burst out from his body when his opponent had roared. After the green threads were cut off by him, they were blown away by the water elemental spirit. However, they did not disappear. Instead, they were broken into countless short existences and attached to his body. What scared the Jiaxing Tiger out of its wits was that the tiny green strands were actually moving continuously as if they were alive. They were even drilling into his body. He hurriedly threw the knife away in horror and made a hand seal on the spot. Countless golden lights gushed out of his body, and the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens burst out of his body like a fountain. He resisted with all his might, trying to shatter these green threads. However, the black hair seemed to be able to devour the Emperor Qi. It became restless all of a sudden. From afar, the Jiaxing Tiger looked like it was wearing a piece of glittering clothing. Gu Hong sneered. "These green maggots are terrifying spiritual insects that live on our Yun nation. Once they're attached to you, they'll continuously eat away at your Emperor Qi until you're exhausted. They'll then burrow into your body and then snipe." Jiaxing Tiger's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He was so frightened that his body was trembling. He said with all his might, "Why, Your Excellency, we have no grudges against each other. It's a misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding." He was on the verge of tears.